Tonight, it's more PFL action. The heavyweights and women's featherweights are going to light up the smart cage.
The time is now.
Champion Larissa Pacheco returns to begin her journey to become the first two-division PFL champion ever.
Larissa Pacheco, one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport.
Can former world champ Julia Budd shut her down?
Oh my goodness!
Plus, meet 6'8" Renan the Problema Fajera.
Oh, big shot!
Can Rizvan tackle this skyscraper?
Wow, what a fight!
Plus, Bruno will be packing the leather against Matheus and Sheffield.
Oh my goodness!
We're bringing that heat tonight, Vegas. The PFL starts right now.
Welcome once again, PFL fight fans, to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Regular season action in the women's featherweight and heavyweight division at the Virgin Hotel. We're here in theater. Points and playoff standings to be decided in our first regular season bout between the women's 145ers and the men's 265-pounders. Regular season action. What does that mean in the sport of mixed martial arts? We do things just a little bit differently here in the Professional Fighters League. Here's how our regular season works. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season fights for each fighter, 3 points for wins, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters in each division on points will make the playoffs. If you can fight your way through the semifinals and win a championship, that comes with a gold belt and a $1 million prize in each and every weight class. Here's how the point system works. You get the win, you get 3 points. If you end up fighting to a draw, that's good for 1 point in the standings. If you are able to score a finish, TKO, submission, doesn't matter. You get bonus points. 3 bonus points in round 1, 2 bonus points in round 2, a single bonus point for a 3rd round finish. Here is our main card. First fight on the main card will be 10 Eastern on ESPN2, simulcast on ESPN Plus, and on ESPN Deportes. Larissa Pacheco, Julia Budd squaring off in a main event. Bruno Capelloza, Matheus Sheffield. That's a rematch in the co-main. Elena Kolesnik and Aspen Ladd. Aspen Ladd making her regular season debut here in the PFL. And the grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, taking on Isaiah Figueroa in a special lightweight feature. There's a live look at the current odds for these bouts. Big time number next to Larissa Pacheco's name. Same is true as Aspen Ladd is a heavy favorite over Elena Kolesnik. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian here. Women's featherweights and men's heavyweights. Randy, you know a little something about winning championships in the heavyweight division.
I did that a couple times.
It's the toughest test in mixed martial arts. It's the toughest test in combat sports. Well, let's talk about the main event tonight. Larissa Pacheco passed one of the toughest tests in the history of our sport. She dethroned Kayla Harrison for last year's women's lightweight championship. A lot of people thought it couldn't be done. She's coming off the biggest win of her career, Randy.
Absolutely, and she rolled into that fight with 4 first-round KOs. That gives her 5 victories to her name and her credit. She started fighting at 15 out of Muritiba, Brazil. Went pro at 17, great ground skills, black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Seen her slim down, become very fit, very mentally tough, not afraid to get in the pocket and let her hands go. Very explosive and great power as a fighter. Larissa Pacheco is at the peak of her career right now. Can she be the first ever to have 2 championships in 2 different divisions for the PFL?
She takes on a very tough Julia Budd in the main event tonight. But there's another former champion on the card, Bruno Capelloza. He won the 2021 heavyweight belt. He's looking to get back to that stage and take home another $1 million check.
Yeah, that's right. And when we saw him in 2021, it seemed like his speed, his power was just unsurpassed out of anybody. Was one of the most exciting heavyweights on the planet, and he's looking to get back to that same form. Now, he's also been working on his ground skills, on his wrestling. He's trying to be as well-rounded and as dangerous as possible everywhere. That's not good news for the rest of the heavyweight division, but this is a finisher through and through. And when you're talking about, winning 4 fights in 8 months or less, you're going to have to mix it up. You're going to have to find different ways to win because you never know what you're going to find in that smart cage behind us.
All right, so the co-main event and the main event feature some established stars here in the Professional Fighters League. But let's talk about that showcase bout. The grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, is looking to jumpstart his career. He's already been in the smart cage once. He looked great. What does this stage mean to him, Randy?
Well, I mean, how often do you see an amateur on a platform like this? I saw this with my own son, Ryan, who had that name and had that target on his back because of that. Biaggio Ali takes all of that in stride. He wants to prove himself, and he's got great hands, very explosive, started using MMA to condition himself for football, and then after football was floundering a little bit, came back to MMA, and now he is dedicated and passionate about this sport. He's very articulate, very humble young man. He's got a bright future in this sport.
And looking to launch his career the right way here with the Professional Fighters League. Looking to relaunch, in a manner of speaking, is Aspen Ladd. Not so long ago, she was the next big thing, or was supposed to be, at 145 pounds. She hit a couple of roadblocks, but she thinks this is a place where she could chase a championship.
You can't question her talent, you can't question her potential, but you could question her approach a little bit and how she was preparing for these fights. She was missing weight a couple times. Well, now this is a whole different Aspen Ladd. She's been training like a professional, she's been saying the right things, and she's on track. You saw her performance against Julia Budd in a showcase bout in the PFL. She looked phenomenal. It was a close one, but she found a way to win. She's focused here. I like her approach. She's taking it one fight at a time. Watch out for Aspen Ladd.
So a little something for everybody on the main card that's coming up later on ESPN2, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes. But right now, it's all about the women's featherweights and men's heavyweights in regular season action. Every one of these 6 fights will have points on the line and a place in the standings on the line. Each of these individuals trying to begin their chase for a $1 million championship the right way. The best way to do that is to not only get a win tonight, but potentially get a finish tonight and earn those bonus points. All right, so you heard me say it, 3 featherweight bouts, 3 heavyweight bouts on this early card. Randy, what's the highlight for you?
The highlight for me is the Problema, one of the best nicknames in the sport, especially when you look at 6'8" Renan Ferreira, as athletic as anybody we've seen in the heavyweight division. Standing, one-legged backflips, long levers, not afraid to let those feet go, let those hands go. He's been working diligently in the off-season, shoring up his grappling, his ground game to be effective in both the top and bottom position. This guy is absolutely a problem for anybody he faces.
Kenny, can we talk about another problem? The problem of Evelyn Martins, because we've already seen her twice this year in a PFL cage. Now that was on the Challenger Series. She got the late notice fight here. She's chasing a championship, her 3rd fight in less than 2 months.
Yeah, they call her the Spartan for a reason. I mean, she is built for war. She fights like she is built for war. Her focus, her composure at only 20 years old was something that really stood out above almost everybody else during the whole Challenger Series. That's 8 weeks. So again, I was really impressed. This is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt who can strike at an elite level already. Her chin, her forward pressure, her pacing, I was blown away by both of her performances this year.
Lots to look forward to tonight, but enough of the talking. Can we please get to some fight action? That is why we are here, and our first bout of the evening will take place in the women's featherweight division. Marina and Yoko Higashi, brought to you by Next Level Hydrogen One.
Las Vegas, Nevada, here we go. Heading to the blue corner, Yoko Higashi.
Yoko Higashi making her PFL debut. She's on a win streak. Holds the Deep Jewels Regional Championship in her home country of Japan. Looking to make a little bit of noise here as a potential surprise in the women's featherweight division.
Walking to the red corner, Marina.
Marina will be participating in her second go-around here in the Professional Fighters League. She's won 4 out of her last 5. As you can see, a multiple-time world champion in sports sambo, long combat history. Kenny, what are your keys to victory in this first fight of the night?
All right, let's check it out. For Makhnakhina, she needs to look to get top position with control. Also needs to utilize lateral movement to avoid that forward pressure from Higashi, who loves to move forward. And for Higashi, she's got to establish that jab, look for leg kicks to see if she can slow down Makhnakhina, and she needs to stop those takedowns. She wants to keep this one on the feet.
Here's our tail of the tape for this first bout in the women's featherweight regular season. Yoko Higashi is 3 years older than Marina Makhnakhina. Makhnakhina is 1 inch taller, weighed in 1 pound heavier. Reach advantage on the arms and the legs, favoring the fighter out of Russia. That tail of the tape brought to you by Next Level Hydrogen Water. And Justin Roberts, inside the smart cage, takes it away.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your opening contest tonight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 144 3/4 pounds with a record of 8 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Chiba, Japan, making her debut tonight in both PFL and the United States, Yoko Higashi. And her opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds with a record of 8 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, she is a 7-time Sports Sambo World Champion, Marina Martina. Your referee, Chris Taione.
Chris Taione will oversee the action. He is equipped with our ref cam. He can take us up close and personal inside the smart cage.
Good. Good.
Makhnakhina in the purple, Yoko Higashi in the gray.
Ready? Here we go. Fight.
Higashi coming in right behind the combination and eats a right hand from Makhnakhina for her efforts.
Yeah, nice counter shot there by Marina.
Wasting no time here, no feeling out process, Randy. They got right to it.
Absolutely, right in the pocket. Both of them letting that leather go.
Yeah, curious to see who wins the takedown battle. Higashi comes from that judo background. Makhnakhina comes from that sambo background. So many times we see grapplers and their skills kind of cancel each other out and ends up becoming a stand-up war, and we're seeing that right now, guys. Oh, beautiful one, too.
Makhnakhina looking good on the counter striking as Yoko Higashi comes in with aggression. Now Makhnakhina presses her opponent to the smart cage barrier.
Yeah, Higashi's got to get that head off center line. She keeps running into that right hand of Marina's.
Marina missed a couple times with that right hand, but it certainly found its home now. Nice takedown by Makhnakhina.
See what she can do with this takedown attempt here. Not an attempt, successful takedown.
Yeah, Higashi did a much better job of jacking up that right underhook. It took away the level change from Makhnakhina.
Makhnakhina lands a nice sharp knee on the inside. That's probably the second or third we've seen here in the early goings. Now Higashi's got this body lock. A judo specialist. We'll see if she can get Makhnakhina down to the mat.
Yeah, it's cool to see this overhook, underhook battle. Both ladies trying to get their hips into position. Makhnakhina now able to put Higashi's back up against the cage.
Marina did a nice job of repummeling with that right hand, circling towards that underhook to take herself off the fence and put Higashi on the fence.
Little separation here. Back to the center of the smart cage they go. An exchange of jabs. Magnakiana really liking that right hand.
Marina's got to be careful to drop that lead hand a little bit too low. Higashi has an opportunity to throw that right hand off the counter and see if she's onto that.
Nice hook on the entry there from Marina Magnakiana, and a scooping uppercut on the second try.
Her striking's looking much improved from last year. Oh, nice right hand there.
Magnakiana made the change back in 2021, now trains in South Florida at Sanford MMA, renowned camp in the sport.
Nice double leg, beautiful level change, follow through, kept her feet moving, beautiful takedown. Ground and pound by Marina now.
Yeah, that really was picture perfect. Higashi able to get back to her feet though. She's got to get that right underhook in. Taking a lot of damage here from Magnakiana.
1 minute remains in the first round.
Oh!
Magnakiana took her right back down after Higashi worked all the way to her feet.
Yeah, Magnakiana just looks more and more confident as this fight goes on. Great mat return, now trying to work on a rear naked choke.
It almost looked like Marina put herself in trouble when she returned to the mat, and she ended up scrambling up on top. Trying to sink the rear naked choke here.
It's on the jaw of Yoko Higashi, but we've seen that finished with a tight enough squeeze. You force an opponent to tap.
Yeah, absolutely. You could either put a lot of pressure on the jaw or neck crank. Not much time. Magnakiana is going to look to try to crank this.
Saw that neck crank submission last week with the light heavyweights.
Yeah.
Very effective if you can't get under the chin. I'm sure Higashi has spent a lot of time in judo in this exact situation.
Final 10 seconds here.
Got to keep that chin tucked here. Marina trying to crank away.
Survives. We'll see round number 2 when we return.
Friday, April 14th, Hurricane Shane Burgos takes his first steps into the smart cage against PFL lightweight world champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
So I'm telling him to bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Friday, April 14th at the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans. There's Marina Magnakiana in the corner, and Kenny, here's some replay.
Yeah, she's staying busy here. Beautiful 1-2 combination. That's been her best combo of the fight so far. There's another one. Definite big improvement. And all those strikes set up that right there, as Randy so intelligently pointed out. Beautiful level change.
Marina Magnakiana in the purple. Strong first round for her. Yoko Higashi very much in this fight. That's her in the gray. Still 5 points potentially if either of these women can secure a finish in the second round. Again, Higashi aggressive in the early going, but she's running into some strikes. Marina Magnakiana's hands look markedly improved from a season ago. Good timing again on the level change. Use the aggression from Yoko Higashi against her. Magnakiana right back on top.
Yeah, that's what she's doing really well. And I think she's also looking at the tells of Higashi. Higashi's just a little bit, you know, she's anticipating a lot of shots. She's forcing a lot of things out there, and Magnakiana is reading it very well.
Cut over the left eye of Higashi.
Oh.
Nakina looking to isolate that arm. Put Higashi in a crucifix
Face
position.
up crucifix here. This could be brutal. Tough to get out of. Higashi gets an arm free.
Yeah, she's lucky she's in half guard there, so she can create a little bit of space. She has that knee shield, but now Nakina is by those legs. She could set up that crucifix again.
Hammering away with the right hand, Marina Nakina has Yoko Higashi in some serious trouble as Chris Taioni takes a close look, tells her to fight back, and he waves it off. Marina Nakina, 5-point finish.
Wow. Everything seemed to be on point for her tonight, boys.
She looked incredibly sharp. First career knockout for Marina Nakina.
It's like Sanford MMA has been a great choice for her.
Yeah.
Here's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. You can see that's in less than 2 rounds. That amount of activity from Marina Nakina. She was not going to be denied in this second PFL season debut. We'll make it official when we return to the theater at Virgin Hotel in Las Vegas on ESPN+. There's Marina Nakina victorious, and there's the PFL computerized scoring. You can see dominant first round for Marina. And the only way to score 100, which is a perfect score in our computerized scoring, powered by AI, is to get a finish. PFL's computerized scoring measures every fighter in every round. Its performance-based algorithm looks at damage inflicted and successful offense. Based on a 1 to 100 scale. And here's the replay through the ref cam, Randy.
Beautiful level change. Second effort finishes the takedown with Higashi on the bottom and damages her. Face up crucifix, brutal position, very tough to get out of once you get locked in there. Marina does a great job of getting her legs into play, trapping those arms, and finding a way to finish the fight.
Strong performance from Marina Nakina, putting the rest of the women's featherweight division on notice in the very first regular season bout here at 145 pounds. We have to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Chris Taioni calls a stop to this bout at 1 minute 29 seconds of the second round, declaring your winner by TKO, earning 5 points in the women's featherweight division, Marina Nakina.
She got the 3 points for the win. She got the 2 bonus points for a finish in the second round, and that means Marina Nakina, for now, finds herself in first place of the women's featherweight standings. Top 4 in each weight class will advance to the playoffs. Nakina 1-0 here in season 5. The 4th member of our broadcast team tonight is venerable women's featherweight in her own right, Megan Anderson. Megan.
Thanks, Sean. Well, Evelyn Martins, just 20 years old, steps in on short notice for her PFL season debut tonight. She's coming off of 2 very impressive finishes and a unanimous decision win where she showcased all of her skill set against Jackie Karolina just last month. Let's take a look at that one.
This bout is for the women's featherweight division. Florida, here is Evelyn Martinez.
I do.
These are brutal, and Karolina needs to do something about those calf kicks.
That time it was Evelyn Martinez who landed a straight right, then a left hook.
Oh my goodness.
That one hurt the lead leg of Jackie Karolina. Oh, Superman punch lands for the 20-year-old.
And those calf kicks are taking huge effect on Karolina.
There's a blow. Martinez stuffs that takedown attempt. Oh, another lead kick takes Karolina off her feet.
Now she goes upstairs with a kick.
Martinez lands. They'll swing away to the final bell.
Evelyn Martinez.
Well, this will be Martinez's third fight in 2 months, so we'll see how this one plays out for her now that she'll be fighting for points. Sean.
There is the opponent for Evelyn Martinez. Karolina Sobek made the trip from Poland. Both women vying for points when we return on ESPN+.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
And that's why I'm here.
They're not better than you. I promise you. I go every weekend on the road to see the best of the best, and they're standing right in front of me. Now go goddamn believe that.
You can try and oh! Deep right hand! He's in big trouble!
It's a mental, grueling, physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This is the richest night in MMA history.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
I've gone to the ringer physically and mentally for this sport. This is my life. I love this. I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit.
I want to hold that big check, hold that big old heavy belt at the end of the year.
I'm going to show them on April 1st why I'm the champion and that there's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
We truly don't really care about the other fighters until they're on my plate.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood, and I want to hurt them in the cage.
Please make my day.
Next week, we wrap up our stay in Las Vegas at the Virgin Hotel on ESPN and ESPN Plus with welterweights and lightweights starting at 7 Eastern. Catch PFL champ Olivier Aubin-Mercier taking on Shane Burgos in his PFL debut. For ticket information, go to PFLMMA.com. Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token for the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Download the Socios.com US app today and vote for Shane Burgos' walkout song for his debut fight during PFL 3. Of course, Shane Burgos will be walking into the Smart Cage. That is the PFL Smart Cage, featuring technology for ref cam, see through the fence, ghost cam, strike speed and kick speed tracking. The Smart Cage is a PFL exclusive powering the next generation of mixed martial arts. Up next, women's regular season action brought to you by Geico. Evelyn Martinez from Brazil, Karolina Sobek fighting out of Poland.
Making her way to the blue corner, Karolina Sobek. Red corner, Evelyn Martins.
There's Evelyn Martins, young Brazilian fighter. When I say young, she's 20 years of age, the youngest in this division. Still undefeated in her mixed martial arts career. 2 wins already on the year. Staying very active as an understatement there, Kenny.
Yeah. Made her pro debut at 18 years old, fought someone at 28 years old. Big difference there. But she is as game as they come. This should be a great fight between 2 young fighters.
Evelyn Martins is in the training environment every single day with Kayla Harrison. Kayla has nothing but positive things to say about this, the potential of this young lady.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here. For Martins, it's all about pressure and striking variety. When she's doing that, she is at her best. And for Sobek, she needs to be all the way in or all the way out. She also needs to look for takedowns, see if she can put Martins on her back.
Marcelo, the tape for this bout brought to you by Geico. As you can see, 2 young fighters, Evelyn Martins, only 20 years of age. Karolina Sobek, still yet to see 30. Both women standing 5 feet 8 inches tall. Weighed in at the featherweight limit. Reach advantage favoring Karolina Sobek on both the arms and the legs. Justin Roberts in the smart cage.
The following contest is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145 1/2 pounds, with a perfect record of 4 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Zelenogór, Poland, Karolina Sobek. And her opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145 3/4 pounds. She too has a flawless record of 4 wins and no defeats. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, Espartana Evelyn Martins. Your referee, Jared Villel.
Jared Villel to oversee the action. Evelyn Martins in the purple, Karolina Sobek in the gray.
Fighter, fight!
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. Second regular season bout for the women's featherweight division. Martins goes back to those low kicks she had so much success with against Jackie Cataline in her last outing.
She just stays so busy right from the get-go, especially to see that from a young fighter. You see them take a little bit to get warmed up. Martins gets right to work.
Sobek happy to oblige, stepping right in, and there's the takedown that you told her to hunt for, Kenny.
Yep, she's putting Martins on her back, taking away her rhythm, slowing her down a little bit. I think this is wise to do this, but Martins getting right back to feet. Look at this. Oh, she needs to turn and face there. She had an opportunity to turn into a reversal, just turned the wrong way. Sobek, excellent job of getting not only top position again, but almost into side control.
Already working on an arm triangle choke potentially, but right now using the heavy pressure, putting Martins on her back. There's a look through ghost cam. Takes the chain link right out of view.
Like Sobek had the chin, and that wouldn't allow her to turn her hips and come on top, and kept Sobek in the top position.
Our betting expert Ian Parker has something to say about this bout. Ian.
Sean, you know what? Evelyn Martins right now is in the only position where I think where she can't dominate. However, good defense. I agree with what Kenny said. She had to face in. She could have got out that way. Right now, playing good defense. She's got to get back to the feet where she was having a lot of success with the calf kicks.
Sobek right now keeping Martins in a spot where Evelyn can't do much damage. Sobek does have those 3 submission victories.
Martins trying the arm in guillotine here. She's got her hands locked.
she's trying to raise that elbow to try to create more pressure. Sobek might be in trouble here.
She's having to
definitely
address
have to fight it. She's definitely reaching up, trying to pull that arm off, trying to find a way to protect her neck. Martins comfortable here.
Yeah.
That is a tight squeeze from Evelyn Martins. Karolina Sobek under some duress.
Yeah, she's trying to alleviate the pressure by raising her hips. She might be in trouble. If she can push down on that elbow or lift it up and drive that shoulder into the jaw of Martins, she can alleviate a little bit more of that pressure. But with that elbow high, she's definitely has a nice bite on the neck.
There's a long time, this half a round left for Evelyn Martins to see if she can figure out a way to finish this. For Karolina Sobek to try and defend herself. If she could pop her head out, she might find Evelyn Martins with some lactic acid in the arms.
Now she's trying to frame on the face. There she goes. Great job there by Sobek, keeping her composure.
I'd like to see Martins get her legs into this fight, create a little space, try and use that fence, and wall walk up, find a way up and get back to her feet.
Yeah, that's what we've seen from some people with that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background. They're content to stay on their back, but in doing so, they're allowing the other person to control the position. Let's see if she's able to get back to her feet. She has her opportunity there. She was posting her hand on the mat.
Sobek doing a good job of making sure that Evelyn Martins just has no space to buy herself a little room and try and escape. Not even allowing her to turn hips. Left hand goes to work for Sobek. Martins right now keeps the guard closed as we approach 1 minute remaining in this first round.
You see Sobek here with her head position. She's taking away a lot of the submissions of Martins. If Martins is able to get her leg on the inside of that arm right there, she can attack the triangle. You can see her going for it there, but Sobek with her position, keeping her head right over the sternum or higher of Martins, she's able to take away a lot of those submission attempts.
Smothering pressure from Karolina Sobek making her PFL debut. We've seen Evelyn Martins in a lot of positions already this year, Randy, because she's fought twice in the PFL Challenger Series. We have not seen her on her back for a significant stretch.
I like how active she's staying. She's staying very active, moving her hips, trying to find a way to find some space and get back into this fight. I think she has to open her guard and get her legs, those long levers, back into the match.
We'll see round number 2 when we return. Welcome back to the theater at Virgin Hotel. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Floyd, Randy Couture beside the smart cage. Evelyn Martins in the purple and Karolina Sobek in the gray. Regular season action. Still 5 potential points on the line if either of these women can get a finish in this second frame. As we saw Marina Maknakina do. Good level change there by Martins, but Sobek negates the push.
Yeah, Sobek using her size and strength here in this one, doing it very well. And you can see her strategy right from the get-go, trying to get to that clinch and looking for those takedowns. I think that's a wise choice.
I thought Martins was in deep. She just needed to keep her feet moving.
Yeah.
She would have finished that takedown. May have given up on it a little too early.
And Martine's starting to slow down a little bit here too, Randy.
Sobek pushes Martins to the cage. Backstage, getting some final warm-up done. Amber Leibrock will see her against Martina Jędrzejczyk next on our early card here on ESPN+. As Sobek looks to maybe work another takedown attempt.
Martins trying to find a way off the fence, but Sobek using that overhook to steer her back and keep her in there.
Yeah, Martine's looking to counter with a takedown. She does. Beautiful takedown.
This deep waist trip by Martins to get a takedown on top position here.
Yep, right to that leg drag pass. Here she is, inside control, to be able to take away the leg game of Sobek there. Has good shoulder pressure to pin that jaw and shoulders up against the canvas. Nice job there by Martins. Trying to advance now into mount. Sobek trying to lift that leg up, trying to prevent.
Czyli wymoskować, skręcić się w lewo i moskować kola, żeby prawą rękę masz pod pachą prawie, masz prawą rękę pod pachę. Prawą rękę szukaj prawej ręki pod pachę. Tak, szukaj tamtej ręki, tak. Uważaj, Adosia. Podrzuć godrami, dobrze. Podrzuć godrami, tak, rama.
Sobek with those high frames, and that's going to allow Martins to slide that knee across the waist and go into mount. She's not careful. She needs to be more aware of the legs and hips of Martins here.
Biodrami ją podbij, dawaj Karolina. Szukaj prawej ręki pod pachę, tak.
Approaching 2 minutes left here in the second round, Evelyn Martins, who was on her back for most of the first frame, finds herself in control here in round 2.
Now she has a nice leg drag position. Martins can start to posture up here and start to wail away with punches.
Take a listen inside the iconic red corner of Evelyn Martins.
Use your hand right there. Body and head. Don't let her get up. Throw it over the top. Breathe, stay calm. Breathe in for me.
Right there, let's go right here. Jump up, pass to you right now.
Quick timeout as a mouth guard came out.
You take it in your hand?
Karolina Sobek.
Right here. Right in this space. 1 second. Fight.
Martins starts the exchange with a heavy kick that caused Sobek to switch stances.
Yeah, and she's walking gingerly on that left leg as well.
Cut over Martins' right eye, or under Martins' right eye, rather.
And we've seen in the past when Martine gets cut or when she gets rocked, it just seems to make her that much more dangerous.
Some people that trips their trigger, boy, and then they know it's time to fight.
Never met anyone like that. Inside of 1 minute now in the second round, Evelyn Martins with the underhook pressing Karolina Sobek into the smart cage barrier. Sobek attempts a little hip toss. Nothing doing from the Polish fighter.
Yeah, I think this is where Martins really should disengage and try to get Sobek to trade with her on the feet. I'm not sure she realizes that lead leg is compromised. And you know, when Martins senses a vulnerability there, she will attack it to the very end.
Não se estressa na posição. 20 segundos. Não se estressa, não se estressa. Vamos joelhar para marcar o ponto. Só joelha, isso.
This is a good round for Martins.
Exatamente, põe na cadeirinha se der.
And we should have it 1-1 heading into the third.
Agree 100%, Kenny. I believe it's 1 round apiece.
A third and potential deciding round next on ESPN+. Welcome back to PFL regular season action. Take a listen inside the red corner of Evelyn Martina.
Sainton control the fight. If we got another takedown, the fight's yours. You have more heart than it's 1-1. Can't lose this round.
Janie says round number 3. Kenny and Randy have both said this will be the decider. A round apiece potentially on the judges' scorecards. There's Evelyn Martins in the purple, Karolina Sobek in the gray. Ian Parker, our betting expert. Do you agree with the assessments from these two guys who know a thing or two about fighting? Deciding round here?
If I was sitting next to them, I would agree. The only reason why I slightly disagree in round 1 is because Sobek did nothing on top, and we go from control to damage, and Martins outlanded almost doubles in strikes in round 1, even from the bottom. However, based on judging, it's possible it comes down to this round. I think Martins has way more options to get it done. At the odds of -175, it's showing right now that Martins is likely to win this fight, so we'll see.
Right now, Martins and Sobek chest to chest against the cage. Perhaps the same feedback from both corners. Get another takedown and you can steal this fight. Right now, knees to the midsection for both fighters.
Sobek trying to re-pummel. For to circle towards that underhook now. Martins level changing, trying to get on those hips. Pull those legs and hips out from under Sobek. Sobek does a good job of attacking the neck and trading places.
Now Martins tries to do the same thing. Sobek moves her feet, keeps herself in control for now. Now Martins able to reverse.
Yeah, nice job by Martins, getting a little bit lower than Sobek there to get better position. Now she's trying to work on that single leg. Sobek trying to push on that head though.
Yeah, head got a little too low for Martins for a minute there.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, you kind of have to give up a little bit because Martins obviously doesn't have the same experience as far as the wrestling goes. Her position isn't great up there. Her back position is getting a little bit compromised there. Her posture is getting a little compromised up against the cage.
Hey, how about a little news for you at the bottom right hand of your screen there, Kenny? Jake Paul's going to join the show 10 Eastern, and we shift over to ESPN2.
Sobek tried to headlock. Martins pops her head out and has Sobek's back for a second, but lets it go back into the range of exchanges and starts striking.
Yeah, this is where Martins can really take advantage of Sobek, who seems to be slowing down here. And she's pursuing with that chin very high, and Martins will take full advantage of that.
So we heard the corner Martins say, get another takedown, and this fight is yours. But, Kenny, is that the right strategy? Because it seems like, as you said, Sobek might be reluctant to engage in these striking exchanges. Could Martins step back from here and win?
I would like to see that. I think that's where she has the big advantage. When you're in this clinch position, it also allows Sobek to hit some takedowns. And when you're talking about a fight this close, that could be the difference. So I would always try to lean on the side where you have the larger advantage. And for me, that's on the feet, keeping it striking.
Almost seems like Martins catching that kick and ending up on the bottom took a little of the confidence away in that striking realm.
Yeah.
They need you to work more. And one thing, we saw the calf kick land in round number 2, and Sobek immediately switched stances. Martins in her corner, excellent at picking up those reads. I think they might have missed that one.
Yes.
I don't know if there's been an emphasis on, hey, keep attacking that lead leg.
I agree, and like to Randy's point, you can still kick. You don't have to go to the body. You know, that's where they were able to take advantage of it. Going low to the calf or going high to the head, it's much more difficult to counter. But that said, we have Martins on top, and this could be the difference right here. Like to see her get a little bit more aggressive once she gets her posture here.
She can clear her head and posture up, bring her hips in and her head up. She can damage from that top position. And she starts to do that now.
Couple of left hands from Evelyn Martins on top.
Uh-oh.
Leg lock attempt. There's an ankle. She's attacking that foot.
Yep. She's trying to get that estima lock, which puts a lot of pressure on the ankle. It can be difficult to hit from here. She kind of did it because she was off balance. She was swept and just kind of went for the footlock but she's got to get back on top here, and she does.
Agree 100%. She's got her feet a little too close. Sobek was able to capture them, used her feet to push her over. She went to the leg lock to kind of recover the situation. Thankfully it worked. She's on top again.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, we're seeing some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instincts at play here, and that's not always good for MMA, and we're seeing that. This is where she needs to adjust her game a little bit more for MMA.
Sobek landed a knee on the separation. Evelyn Martins shook her head and said, no, you didn't. Someone's mouthpiece came out. Final 10 seconds, we won't see it replaced.
That was Sobek's mouthpiece that came out.
Final few seconds here, and there's the final bell. Evelyn Martins and Karolina Sobek go to the judges' scorecard. A very interesting fight in the women's featherweight division here. Two undefeated fighters, which means we're moments away from seeing someone endure the first loss of their professional mixed martial arts career. All right, here's our Cagenomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Evelyn Martins landed 65, she threw 104. Karolina Sobek slightly more active, landed a few more as well. You can see the leg strikes. If we're going to damage, one of those leg kicks at least was incredibly damaging for Evelyn Martins, but are the judges paying that close of attention? And look, the takedown difference might end up being the fight difference here.
The kick catches the foot, follows through, and ends up in top position. Nice job by Sobek. Here's some ground and pound from the top position, using that barrier, trapping her opponent. Sobek doing a nice job in that first round of staying on top and making it effective. Here's the takedown, change of direction, pulls her back over that trapped leg. Martins establishes good top position.
And this Martins knocked that mouthpiece out. Nice jab there, nice combination. She was definitely getting the better of the striking on the feet against Sobek. Sobek a little bit desperate to get to that clinch. Here was that takedown in round 3, which I think is going to be the difference here.
And Evelyn Martins raises a hand. She thinks she's done enough to get her third fight in less than 2 months. Here's our PFL computerized scoring. Round 1 favoring Karolina Sobek there. Rounds 2 and 3, according to the algorithm, belong to Evelyn Martins. What did our experts think? Both Randy and Kenny agree with the AI score there. What will the official commission judges have to say? Well, Justin Roberts has their official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges see the bout 29-28 for your winner, and earning 3 points in the women's featherweight division, Espartana Evelyn Martins.
Let's check out the featherweight standings. Evelyn Martins is going to pick up some points here. We have Marina Maknakina with 5. We just saw her performance getting that finish in round 2. Evelyn Martins right there in the number 2 spot with 3 points. The 20-year-old getting her 3rd win in 2 months, Randy. Just unbelievable.
Amazing. I think she needs a good week off. I think she had a little bit of a flat performance. I mean, fighting in less than 2 months 3 times, that's remarkable.
Yeah, she deserves it. Sean O'Connell is in the cage with the Brazilian winner. Sean.
All right, here for a Celsius post-fight interview with your winner, Evelyn Martins. Evelyn, incredible fight. Again, your 3rd victory in less than 2 months. You have been very active. How has this grind been for the last several weeks?
First, I just want to say that all my victories and glory goes to him and only. It's Jesus Christ. By the way, he's coming back, so be ready for it. I feel great. Sometimes you go and finish in the 2nd round. Sometimes you got to go through the whole 3 rounds and just prove to your own self that you can do whatever you want in your life. I fought exactly 3 weeks ago in the Challenger Series. They called me. I came in ready. First round, I knew how to control, but I knew I would win this. And I'm 20 years old. I just got here. It's my first PFL debut season. I'm here, and I'm a big problem to all these girls in the division.
Well, I don't think there's any debate about that. Let's talk about the way that this fight played out. She caught a kick, dumped you onto your back in the first round, stayed on top, and then you turned the tide. You took her down in the second round. Going into the corner before the third round, did you know that this would be the decider, the third round?
Yes, my corner looked at me and he said, it could be 2-1 or 1-1. You have to give everything you have right now in this fight. In this round, if you want to win this, do everything you possibly can. So I just came to the third round and knew I had to control. And yeah, she was feeling my kicks already. It was done by throw the middle kick. But I learned it, never do that again with someone who wants to grapple me. But I proved once again that I can do it at all.
Evelyn Martins victorious and now holding 3 points in the featherweight standings.
All right, next week we wrap up our stay in Las Vegas at the Virgin Hotel on ESPN and ESPN Plus with welterweight and lightweight action starting at 7. Tickets are still available. You can catch PFL champ Olivier Aubin-Mercier taking on Shane Burgos in his PFL debut. For ticket information, go to pflmma.com.
There's Amanda Leibrock getting ready. Amber Leibrock, very, very tall, rangy fighter. She'll take on Martina Yandrova. Fourth member of our broadcast team tonight, Megan Anderson, is backstage. Megan.
Well, Martina, you're no stranger to the PFL regular season. Where do you feel like you match up well with Amber Leibrock?
I'm excited from the fight. I can wait for it. I saw her dancing before the fight, and I want to see how she will dance in the cage.
Well, I love that. She does, though, have a sizable height and reach advantage. How do you plan to get around that tonight?
Sorry, I don't understand.
She has a bit of a height and reach advantage over you. How do you plan to get around that?
Yeah, I think probably she will want to take me down because I think I'm perfect in stand-up fighting because I have a lot of experiences, more than 200 fights in kickboxing, Muay Thai, and this kind of sports. So I have to be ready to defend this, and I will beat her in the stand-up, and that's it.
Well, good luck tonight.
Problema Ferreira.
Straight right. It's a 1-2. Good night from Renan Ferreira.
Ferreira, very explosive, very fast.
6'8". That is a formidable, tall guy.
Lands in a half guard, right to the body. And these are not your grandfather's ground strike. Nasty work from Renan Ferreira on top. Another low calf kick, nasty Renan Ferreira. Oh, he clipped him on the top of the head.
Yeah, that hurt him.
Carl Save on the top in trouble, and here come those hammer fists yet again. I don't know what else we could say about that guy. They just don't build very many like him. He's a true heavyweight.
He's not just big, he's athletic as well. That's the problem. Oh, he's at a knee. Ferreira pounding away on the side of Jamel's head.
Wow.
He's out.
Is that snow on the Red Rock near Las Vegas? It's heating up down here. What a beautiful shot. Jonathan Dale, our TD here with the PFL. Unreal. There's another beautiful shot. The Problema. Renan Ferreira, equipped with his Bose headphones. All 6 feet 8 inches of Brazilian difficulty for his opponent tonight. Let's check in with our betting expert, Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker. Fellas?
You know, Sean, years ago, I hung out with a little band called Limp Bizkit. They said, we don't perform before the sun goes down. Well, very much like Ian Parker is Limp Bizkit. But Ian's already performed. We've already hit one leg of our parlay, Ian Parker. The next fight is our next leg. What is it?
We're going to go with Martina Jindrova in this fight. I like what she said in the interview, that she does think that Amber is going to take her down. And if she can keep the fight standing, Jindrova has got a major advantage. I think she has fought tall, lengthy fighters before. I don't think the range difference is going to be a problem for her. She's an excellent kickboxer, high fight IQ. Give me Jindrova as that second leg. Let's keep it going.
And the other 2 legs in our cross-card parlay, they come up later on the main card at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. For now, Sean, back to you.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Ian. Long John Silvers presents our next women's featherweight regular season bout. Martina Jindrova is back. Amber Leibrock making her PFL debut.
Now approaching the blue corner, Amber Leibrock.
Her first PFL season on a 3-fight win streak. Former Gladiator Challenge champion on the regional circuit, Amber Leibrock. Tall, rangy, long fighter. 4 knockouts to her credit.
Heading to the red corner, Martina Jindrova.
Last year, she made the PFL playoffs, fighting out of Prague, Czech Republic. Comes from a striking background, kickboxing and Muay Thai champion. Now focused solely on mixed martial arts, and told us much more comfortable at this 145-pound weight class.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here. For Jindrova, she needs to utilize her striking variety and footwork in this one. For Leibrock, needs to use that length and try to get to that tie clinch. She's very dangerous with her knees.
Here's our tape brought to you by Long John Silvers. Amanda Leibrock is 35 years of age, 3 years the senior of Martina Jindrova. You can see she's also much taller at 6 foot even. Both women weighed in at the featherweight limit. Reach advantage, unsurprisingly, on arms and legs, favoring the much taller Leibrock. You send it back inside the smart cage with Justin Roberts.
This next bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 145.5 pounds, with a record of 6 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Hayward, California, touch 'em up, Amber Leibrock. And her opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145.5 pounds, with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Prague, Czech Republic, she is a 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight semifinalist, Martina Jindrova. Your referee, Jason Herzog.
Great to see Jason Herzog inside the smart cage, equipped with our referee cam. Martina Yandrova in the purple, Amanda Leibrock in the gray.
First round, fight, you ready? Fight, you ready? Fight!
You heard Martina Yandrova talking to Megan Anderson, said she thinks Leibrock's going to try and take her down. Leibrock, though, does have 4 knockouts to her credit.
Leibrock also has that Muay Thai background. Yandrova's going to have to get in the pocket and hurt her to make her want to go out of the striking realm, in my opinion. I think this is going to be a stand-up fight.
Yandrova starts off the contact. Nice check hook on the retreat from Martina Yandrova.
Nice job catching the foot and following with that right hand by Yandrova as well.
Yeah, nice footwork there by Yandrova. She's looking on point so far.
Yandrova lost to Kayla Harrison in the semifinals in London last year. She was very upset about that loss. Talked to her a little bit at the after-fight party about that. She was going to make some adjustments and come back stronger.
And I think this is a better weight class for her as well, Randy.
Absolutely. Yandrova is another one of those that said 145 is way better than me. I feel like I was giving up too much size at 155. And now here she is against a 6-footer.
Yeah. Don't forget, Jake Paul will join the show later, 10 Eastern on ESPN2, part of our main card.
Yandrova from Prague, one of the prettiest cities on the planet, in my opinion.
Absolutely beautiful. Like to see Leibrock throw a little bit more kick, especially that teep or front kick down the middle to establish that length advantage.
Yeah, keep her out there at kicking range.
Yeah.
I'm distracted by the flex from both Randy and Kenny that they've traveled to Prague, Czech Republic. We get it, guys.
We've seen some things, Sean.
Leibrock, despite the length, having a hard time finding targets. Martina Yandrova good with the defense so far. 2 minutes gone in this first round. 3 points for a victory, 3 bonus points if either of these women can earn a finish here in round number 1. That would put either of them at the top of the feather.
Oh, boy! Amanda Leibrock lands the head kick, and that'll do it!
Wow!
Leibrock with a knockout in her PFL debut!
Those go-go gadget legs found the mark. Yandrova didn't see it. What a shot! Man!
Unreal!
Wow!
Amanda Leibrock, she was testing out the distance. She was trying to get that range.
She used that teep a couple times, like you said, and then she just snapped that kick right on the chin.
When you have those long legs, you gotta use them, and a lot of times you don't expect those kicks to reach its mark. You're used to facing people your height or shorter, someone at 6 feet. Again, she thought she was out of range, but of course she was not. Yandrova was looking great up until that point, but man, that one shot changed the whole fight.
Now, Megan Anderson, at one point in her career, fought Amanda Leibrock. Megan Anderson won that fight, but she said, when this girl hits you, it hurts.
Yeah.
She's got real power, and we just saw it when that kick landed.
Sounds like a gun going off.
Yeah, it sounds like a baseball bat breaking. My goodness.
Herzog right there on top of the action. And you can see the 1,000-yard stare from Martina Yandrova. There's your Cageonomics stats bundle. Look, Amber Leibrock. Amber Leibrock only had to land 2 kicks.
Wow.
Leibrock getting a little emotional here, dancing it out. Celebratory, understandably, an impressive PFL debut. We'll make this one official and talk to the winner when we come back on ESPN+. We're back at the Theater at Virgin Hotel. This one just went final. Amber Leibrock with an impressive performance. And we'll make it official with Justin Roberts inside the Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jason Herzog calls a halt to the bout at 2 minutes 19 seconds of the first round, declaring your winner by knockout, earning 6 points in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division, Amber Leibrock.
All right, let's check out this replay here, brought to you by Celsius. There's that left kick.
Just a left snap kick, just snapped it right up, right on the chin. Instant response.
Oh!
Bam.
I think she thought she was out of range, and again, when you have that kind of length and you lift it up like that, went up and over the guard of Yundrova, caught her cold, completely out of it. There's the follow-up by Leibrock, some hammer fists. And Jason Herzog said that is enough. Great stoppage there by Herzog. All it takes is one shot. And that was huge, Randy, because if you look at the standings here, Amber Leibrock gets 6 points with that first round finish. Baknakina there with 5. She got a second round finish. Martins got a decision win. And those are the kind of performances that can give you a big head start. Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Amber Leibrock. Sean.
All right, here with the winner in our Celsius post-fight interview, Amber Leibrock. Unbelievable finish with the head kick. Now, it looked like early maybe you were having a hard time gauging the distance, feeling it out. When did you dial in the head kick?
First of all, I just want to say my name is Amber Leibrock. I'm from Hayward, California. I represent the Bay Area, and I'm here to stay. So if you don't know me, get to know me and remember the name. I respect everybody that steps in this cage with me and their art, and I know that she is a dangerous person on her feet. She is a multi-world kickboxing Muay Thai champion, so I think it did kind of take me a minute to just find it, but when it's there, and I found it.
You found it. Let's take another look at it. Walk me through exactly what you're thinking, feeling as this lands.
Well, I knew her hands were kind of low, and you know, the way we teach our kicks is like it all looks the same. You don't know if it's a teep, you don't know if it's knee, you don't know if it's low, you don't know if it's coming high, and bam, baby, it came high, it came right over it. She hit hard, so if my hands weren't there, my feet are. Beauty, beautiful. And that's all to my coaches, Coach Kirian over at CSA. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Coach Mao at CSA, my coaches Adam, best friend Jesse, everyone over at the Scrap Pack, Gilbert Melendez, thank you for this beautiful camp. I love you all. Couldn't do it without you.
Amber Leibrock currently top of the women's featherweight standings with 6 points. Still to come, some heavyweight action as the women's featherweights here on the early card are done. There's the crochet boss, Maurice Green, getting the final touches on the wraps. You talk about the height of Amber Leibrock. This is a man 6 feet 7 inches tall, long limbs. We'll see if he can deploy the same type of long-range weapons. Megan Anderson, the 4th member of our broadcast crew, backstage.
Well, Danilo, big fight on short notice. Do you feel like your height and reach advantage is going to play a factor in your game plan for this one?
For sure. I think we can use very well. So it's a good advantage for today, for sure.
Well, your opponent, De Castro, has got a lot of power in his hands. Do you see that being an issue?
No. I think I'm more concerned about my power against him than his power against me, so I'm fine.
Well, good luck with this one.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Bruno Capelloza is coming up from 205, and he said from day one, these heavyweights are not going to be able to deal with my speed. And man, has he lived up to that.
And already a big punch Bruno Capelloza, Ante Dilia hanging on for dear life as he tries to recover. Dilia is able to explode out, and now he goes to work against the cage. Hammer fist coming down for Ante Dilia. Back and forth here. Big knee. Hooks. Another to the body. Ante Dilia is out on his feet.
Big shots. Oh!
Unbelievable. Both these men, absolute savages.
Delia's in trouble. Big trouble.
Once again, Bruno pouring it on from the top. Taxing pace here between these two heavyweights.
Your 2021 PFL Heavyweight World Champion, Bruno Capelloza.
Fight fans, who you got? You can scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Cast your vote on who you think will win our main event between Larissa Pacheco and Julia Budd. There's the Air Force Reserve prep points. And there's Problema. Renan Ferreira seated, getting taped up. He'll be the final bout on our early card tonight. That right there is the PFL Smart Cage featuring technology for ref cam, see through the fence, ghost cam, strike speed and kick speed tracking. The Smart Cage is a PFL exclusive powering the next generation of MMA. Now a heavyweight bout, regular season action between Danilo Marquez and Yorgan de Castro, brought to you by Beer Guys.
Approaching the blue corner, Maurice Green.
Yorgan de Castro in his first PFL season, they call him the Mad Titan. 9 wins, 6 of those have come via knockout.
On his way to the red corner, Danilo Marquez.
Danilo Marquez, we saw him on the PFL Challenger Series not so long ago. He's been very active. This is his first PFL regular season. 11 finishes of his 13 victories.
All right, there's our keys to victory right there. Danilo Marquez, he needs to be efficient, needs to pace himself in this one. Also needs to look to take this fight to the ground. That's where he's at his best. For Yorgan de Castro, needs to get into boxing range and do so without giving up the takedowns and clinch to Marquez.
Here's our tail of the tape brought to you by Beard Guys. Danilo Marquez is 37 years of age. He's 1 year older than Yorgan De Castro. He's also 3 inches taller. De Castro is the heavier fighter at 264 pounds. A big time reach advantage favoring Marquez on the arms. Smaller advantage on the legs, but still in the favor of the Brazilian. Justin Roberts inside the smart cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 264 1/2 pounds, with a record of 9 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Mindelo, Cape Verde, the Mad Titan, Yorgan De Castro. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 249 1/4 pounds, with a record of 13 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Huntington Beach, California, by way of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Danilo Marquez. Your referee, Herb Dean.
Herb Dean is in charge. Danilo Marquez is in the blue trunks. Yorgan De Castro's in the gray. Our first regular season heavyweight bout in 2023. Touch of the gloves. Marquez opens the action with a heavy kick to the thigh of Yorgan De Castro.
Oh, nice teep there by Danilo Marquez. He was really excited about this season, had that gut feeling that he was going to get this opportunity, loves this matchup. Come in here with a lot of positive vibes, but Yorgan is no joke, has big time knockout power, low to the ground, so going to be an interesting fight here.
Marquez said he was training, he was scheduled to be an alternate for this show. He had a feeling in his heart that Goltsov was going to have issues again with his visa, and here he is in the regular season.
Well, actually, we'll see Dennis Goltsov fighting on next week's card. We had to move him and Brady to the lightweight and welterweight card coming up a week from today. But it did open up an opportunity for Danilo Marquez to step in, start his chase for a $1 million championship.
And Danilo can be a fast starter. He said he really wanted to take his time, be patient, and pace himself in this one. We've seen him get off to great starts and then slow down as the fight goes on. Didn't really want to experience that. So he's testing out De Castro on the feet here.
The kind of power De Castro has, you don't want to charge in and rush into anything.
Definitely.
And that right there, the leg kicks, probably a good strategy for Marquez to employ because it could take some of the steam off of De Castro's huge punches.
Marquez is moving well, though. He's using that long-range weapon, that rear teep right down the middle to keep De Castro on the outside.
Let's bring in our betting expert, Ian Parker. Ian, remind me how you called this fight.
I went with Yorgan De Castro. I do like how he's lowered to the ground, so I think the takedowns from Danilo Marquez won't be there. But those leg kicks are exactly what he needs to do to stop the power. However, De Castro's being patient. I think he's just trying to cut the angles off. So if you are looking to get in right now on De Castro, the odds are still low. If you want Marquez, you're getting a plus number. For me, I'm still going with De Castro here. He's got plenty of time.
And De Castro has been spending a lot of time with John Jones in preparation for John Jones's last fight. And you're going to learn some things training with John Jones. So I'm sure he's coming in here very confident.
There's a big heavy leg kick from De Castro. Landed right on the knee of Danilo Marquez. Marquez continues to circle around the outside of the smart cage, allowing De Castro to clean that center.
Marquez is moving well, though. He's a big guy, but moves very well for that height and size, and mixing up his strikes, feinting a lot, but really where he's at his best is when he's in that clinch, when he's on your back. He's very good at finishing and controlling from that position. He's a black belt under the great Damian Maia.
Big body shot there.
Yeah, great job there by De Castro.
Nice lateral movement by Marquez. I think it's smart to keep him out of kicking range too. Like you were saying, work on that lead leg, see if he can take some of his mobility away. De Castro doing a good job of cutting him off, not following him, trying to find his moments to enter, to punch his way in.
Really impressed so far with the way that even when De Castro has been able to land a strike, Marquez continues to move. The worst thing you could do against a striker like Yorgan De Castro is find yourself planted in front of him. Nice leg kick again there from De Castro, and Marquez attempts a high kick.
Yeah, and this is where Danilo needs to balance that patience a little bit, because the longer you're out there, you know, the more you can get kicked to that lead leg, that's going to slow you down, going to take away your mobility, and of course take away your ability to shoot in on those takedowns.
I like the takedown fakes by Marquez. That keeps De Castro on his toes.
Good movement here. You just see Marquez continuing to circle. Yep. Even when De Castro starts to unload a combination, he stays right outside of the range, frustrating the compact striker.
And doing a good job of keeping his hands up high as well when he's moving laterally to take away those big headshots from De Castro, who, again, has serious knockout power.
Final 10 seconds of this first round of our heavyweight season. Yorgan De Castro and Danilo Marquez, and a second frame when we return on ESPN+.
Maybe sound PFL, this is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight
is for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Fight. De Castro in the gray, Danilo Marquez in the blue. Another leg kick there from De Castro. There's been some significant exchanges of that attack, both men landing it.
Yeah, both men have been targeting that lead leg. Curious to see which kick is going to take effect quicker. Marquez still moving well, though. Going to that hollow body position, hands high, moving away laterally from the pressure of De Castro. De Castro starting to block that kick, though.
There's a jab to the body from De Castro. When it's hard to reach the head, attack the body.
And this is where I'd like to see Danilo at least try to look for a takedown here early in the second round, where he can have plenty of time to work on the ground.
Certainly keeps those level changes and head fakes and that takedown, or at least the thought of that takedown, in play. He's not just making this a striking game.
Definitely. It's more for De Castro to worry about. The more you can throw at your opponent, the more it can confuse them. But so far, De Castro keeping the proper range. And it's where it could be an advantage to be the shorter man as well. It's way harder for the taller man to level change and get in on those legs.
Using your stature as an advantage. Absolutely.
Once again, De Castro scores to the lead leg of Danilo Marquez.
See the red swelling and bruising already on Marquez's lead leg.
Problema Renan Ferreira warming up backstage. We'll see him in a couple fights. to close out our early card here on ESPN Plus.
I would never hold pads for that guy. Never.
Just go straight to the surgeon to get your elbows fixed.
Oh, man, scary. Danilo keeps testing that level change, trying to look for the responses from De Castro. So far, not comfortable enough, or doesn't think he's in the proper range yet to get in on those legs. Yeah, there's one.
Looks like he just faked it, wanted to see what the reaction was from Yorgan De Castro. Giving him that look.
Oh.
Serving 2 more leg kicks.
Yeah, De Castro's starting to feel it now. We're really seeing that effect on that lead leg. He's walking a little bit more gingerly.
Dropping his hand and trying to catch that foot too, which could be a problem later.
Yes.
And Marquez has now switched it up and he started to attack with the left kick to the body as well. I think all of that designed to potentially draw the guard of De Castro down. Leg kick, body kick, and then what do? You go high. And now he's opened up the possibility of doing it with either leg.
And oh, nice shot there. Nice left hook by Yorgan De Castro. But Marquez staying very composed here. Something we haven't seen in the past. He's looking way more comfortable on the feet here.
He's keeping his guard nice and high. De Castro jumped into that left hook. If his guard had not been as high as it was, it might have been a clean shot.
This works. De Castro likes to put a lot of heat on each punch. He knows that's his best chance in this fight, but he's gonna have to bring his feet with him as he continues the chase.
It becomes more and more difficult as that lead leg gets beat up.
And Marquez said, you know, I'd love to try to get the finish out there. I know I could maybe go out there and work for a submission, but he didn't want to force it. He wanted to play smart. He's got a lot of respect for De Castro.
Final 30 seconds of this second frame. De Castro still stalking. Marquez still evading to the outside. Much of the same we saw in round number 1. The offense has been sparing. Round 2, next.
Friday, April 14th, Hurricane Shane Burgos takes his first steps into the Smart Cage against PFL lightweight world champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
So I'm telling him to bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Friday, April 14th at the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Welcome back. There's Danilo Marquez inside of his corner. Ahead of this third round, backstage, NFL Hall of Famer Ray Lewis talking to Biaggio Ali Walsh, who will open our main card on ESPN.
I'm going to have to go straight to do instructions.
The grandson of Muhammad Ali here in the mixed martial arts world, stepping into the Smart Cage for the second time. Yorgan De Castro in the gray, Danilo Marquez in the blue. The AI score gave round 2 to Danilo Marquez, but you can see not a big number there. You never know how judges are scoring this. And you can see Yorgan De Castro feeling some urgency here in the early part of the third round.
Yeah, they've been close rounds. I mean, both men exchanging a lot of leg kicks. De Castro has had his moments, had a nice left hook in round 2 that may have been the difference. I mean, it's that close, so it could be going either way.
Oh man, those leg kicks, jeez. That was that deep thudding sound, that one. Those ones hurt.
Yeah, those thuds are really the ones that really penetrate that quad muscle. And both men have landed some great ones in this one. Oof. Not as exciting as headshots, but let me tell you, they can slow you down and they hurt like crazy. They're kind of shots that you'll feel for weeks.
And let me tell you something, feeling it for weeks is a big problem here in the toughest test in mixed martial arts, because after this bout, both men have to get right back into training camp to prepare for their second regular season contest. So if you've got one leg or two compromised legs, that could make training for your next fight a real problem.
Great point. Cool to see Danilo try to go upstairs with that one. I don't think De Castro saw that one, so very close miss there for Marquez. Oh, heavy one from De Castro.
It's been the weapon of choice for both men, the leg kick. Ian Parker, we see the odds still favoring Yorgan De Castro. What do you think so far?
You know what was interesting, Sean, is the fight started off De Castro minus 135, which I really liked. He went as high as minus 400, and now he's back down to minus 185. I agree with Kenny. That second round is going to be where the judge is really going to make the decision. You know, if you're big on De Castro, you think he's up 2 rounds, take him. Otherwise, I'd probably stay off it because this fight is very close.
Round 3 halfway gone here. Still up for grabs, a bonus point. If one of these heavyweights can secure a finish, put themselves in a comfortable spot in the early goings of the heavyweight regular season standings. More kicks than anything else in this heavyweight fight so far. We'll take a listen inside the corner of Danilo Marcus.
Don't kick him without the feint. 2 minutes. Break him up 2 minutes. You got to break him. Break him and attack him. 150. He's got no more legs to get close to you. Focus on the cross. 140. All right, it's all you. Touch him up. Just touch him up. Touch his hand. That's all I need. Just touch him.
Master Cordero with some great advice there, telling him he didn't want him to throw a kick unless he's feinting first, and that's what's making it difficult for De Castro to time those leg kicks. But no doubt a huge difference in Danilo's stand-up game from what we've seen in the past.
Very tough fight to score. You wonder if the judges are seeing the guy that's moving forward most of the time versus the guy that's being evasive and moving laterally side to side.
Danilo's been a lot busier this round, that's for sure. So good sign for the Marquez camp. But again, you never know how a judge is going to see this one.
We know how the fans are feeling about this one. A careful approach from 2 fighters in their first PFL seasons.
And there's a stance switch from De Castro. Yeah, I mean, he's feeling it. There's no question about that.
So many fighters, Randy, have talked about kind of the learning process that occurs in a PFL season. You think you know what you're in for, and maybe you have expectations, and then the turnaround from one fight to the next, maybe set up the way that you fight in the first one. I wonder if we're seeing the effects of that here.
Yeah, I would like to talk to both of these guys going into Atlanta for their second regular season fight and see how these legs healed up, how that week or 2 into their camp getting ready for that second regular season bout went. As you can see the welts and the marks on both of them. That doesn't go away in a couple days.
As the final bell, so we'll go to the judges' scorecards. Our AI score, the computerized PFL scoring, has all 3 rounds for Danilo Marcus. We'll see how the judges look at it. Cageonomics post-fight stats brought to you by Geico. You can see the relative lack of activity when you compare to some of the action we saw earlier tonight. Yorgan De Castro, who is a power puncher, who is someone who's searching for a knockout, landed 16 total strikes according to Cageonomics. It's hard to win a fight that way. Danilo Marcus was more active, but not markedly so.
And that's where even the feint of a takedown can shut down a lot of those strikes. It's like, yeah, he's not getting in on those takedowns, but just the threat of the takedown can really shut down another striker's volume.
He's got to start to bring his hands down. He's got to respect the fact that he might get taken down. And that doesn't free you up to let your hands go, to wade into that range of exchanges.
Yep, Danilo is a submission threat, but we saw his kicking game on full display here. Teeps down the middle. You know, a lot of great long-range strikes. Being the taller, rangier fighter, he did a good job of landing those leg kicks, as did Yorgan De Castro, by the way.
I wonder if it's so close with him, De Castro, plodding forward most of the fight, if that's going to swing the judge's mentality in his favor.
Right, I mean, is it going to be the forward pressure from De Castro? Is it the volume from Danilo Marquez? It's going to be an interesting one.
Not a ton of damage, at least visibly, in this fight, but the more visible damage, perhaps on the lead leg of Danilo Marquez. All these things can influence the way that a judge scores a fight.
I will say there was a stance switch from Yorgan De Castro in round 3, which indicated, you know, he had enough of those lead leg kicks. So, but yeah, it's close, man.
There's the computerized scoring. The algorithm says that Danilo Marquez deserves a nod in all 3 rounds. But with those low numbers, it's tough. Okay, Randy thought De Castro's forward pressure might be enough. Kenny says Danilo Marquez. Justin Roberts has the official judges' scorecards. Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The scores are 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28, all for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the PFL heavyweight division, Danilo Marquez.
Danilo Marquez, jubilant. Happy with that result, understandably so. 3 points. And he gets his first PFL season off to a good start. That's our first heavyweight bout of the regular season. So 3 points puts Danilo Marquez in first place. Plenty more action to come. 2 more heavyweight fights here on our early card on ESPN+. And then, of course, Bruno Capoloza, Matheus Schefflin, a rematch on our card. Simulcast on ESPN+, but ESPN2 and ESPN Deportes. We send it one more time to the 4th member of our broadcast team, Megan Anderson.
Well, Maurice, your opponent is a BJJ specialist. How do you plan to shut that one down tonight?
You know, I train with a 5-time world champion and Roberto Alencar, Professor Tusa, and I train with the best mixed martial artist in the world, and John Jones. So the work has been done. We crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's.
Well, speaking of T's and I's, you've got a sizable height and reach advantage. Do you feel like that's going to play a factor in this one?
It absolutely has to. You know, I got to use my range to keep him off of me. And if he does get to the body lock, you know, again, I train with a 5-time world champion, and we got a good group of guys in the room. So, you know, I got something for him.
Well, I look forward to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Uppercuts from Larissa and another first round finish. Huge right hand, nice inside leg kick and a combination. Oh, big right hand there by Pacheco. Oh, big right hand.
Pacheco full mount now.
Pacheco turning up the aggression. Another right hand and another.
Samsico's in trouble.
The referee waves in. Oh, Fabian faced with the decision of trying to give up her back. And that will be enough. Oh, that was a devastating left hook. Right uppercut and another first round finish. Gets a big left hook. Larissa Pacheco goes right to work. Larissa Pacheco just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport. Welcome back, PFL fight fans. The theater at Virgin Hotels in Las Vegas hosting regular season action. Tonight it's women's featherweights and heavyweights taking center stage. In case you're new to the way the PFL works, here's how our regular season format plays out. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season bouts for each fighter, 3 points for wins, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division advance to the playoffs. If you can win in the semifinals and then also win in the championship, you get a $1 million check and a beautiful gold belt to put in the trophy case. A closer look at how the points actually break down. A win is worth 3 points, a draw is worth 1. And then a win in the first round, 3 bonus points. A win in the second round, 2 bonus points. A third round finish good for 1 bonus point. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, plenty of action already inside the PFL Smart Cage and a lot more to come as the regular season begins for women's featherweights and men's heavyweights. It is the toughest test in combat sports, potentially for champions. 4 fights. 4 fights in less than 8 months. Randy, the most active you ever were in your career?
The last 18 months of my career, I had 5 fights. That was the most active I ever was.
What about you, Kenny?
I think I had like 3 fights in 11 months or something like that, but this is just crazy.
It's a lot. And by the way, Evelyn Martins, who we saw twice already on the Challenger Series, and then she won earlier tonight. If she fights all the way into a championship, for her, it's 6 fights inside of 8 months. She's only 20 years old. She can probably handle that.
She's fine. She's fine.
We're pushing toward our main card on ESPN2 and simulcast on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes. We'll start the action with Muhammad Ali's grandson, Biaggio Ali Walsh, taking on Isaiah Figueroa in a lightweight feature bout. And then right back to the regular season action, women's featherweights between Olena Kolesnik and Aspen Ladd. Bruno Capoloza and Matheus Scheffel in a rematch at heavyweight for our co-main event. And of course, Larissa Pacheco, the queen of the Professional Fighters League for now, against Julia Budd. And there's the odds. Pacheco, huge favorite against Budd. Aspen Ladd, those odds have actually swung further in her favor since the beginning of our ESPN Plus card tonight. All right, Randy, let's talk about Larissa Pacheco. She's coming off the biggest win of her career. She's coming off a championship. Is she as hungry as she was when she didn't have $1 million in the bank?
Well, going from the 2021 season into 2022, she had 5 first-round finishes. She ended up beating Kayla Harrison, did the thing nobody thought could be done to win the 2022 World Championship. She seems to be at the top of her career. We've seen her change physically, her aggression, letting her hands go, the power. She was already a black belt in jiu-jitsu. This is a very, very well-rounded mixed martial artist, and she is at the peak of her career right now. So I expect she's going to come out guns a-blazing, tonight, no different than any other night.
It's a new weight class for Larissa Pacheco. This is not necessarily a new weight class for Julia Budd, who's seen a ton of success as a featherweight.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're going to beat someone like Larissa Pacheco, you're going to have to be strong. You're going to have to be experienced. Well, Julia Budd definitely has that. And if I'm being candid, she's not going to be safe, whether it's on the feet or on the ground. But her easiest path to victory is to take this fight to the ground. And she is capable of doing that. She can set up those takedowns with her strikes and experience, control the action on the mat, and maybe even look for some submissions here.
Very intriguing main event in the women's featherweight division. Let's talk about the co-main. This is a rematch. Two heavy hitters, both of them happen to be Brazilian. Bruno Cappelozza, a one-time champ, looking to get back to that.
Yeah, Bruno Cappelozza gives me flashbacks. I remember fighting Vitor Belfort 3 times. This guy is a lot like that. If you stand around in front of this guy, he's going to let that jab cross hook combination go, and you are going to be in serious trouble. Very, very explosive, precision striking. Spent this downtime healing up some injuries and working a lot on his ground game, trying to be a more well-rounded mixed martial artist. The 2021 champ is coming back to reestablish himself.
In 2021, Bruno Cappelozza looked pretty dang unbeatable in the PFL heavyweight division. And then 2022 comes around and a kid relatively unknown named Matheus Scheffel steps in and shows everybody Bruno's not unbeatable. Matheus won the last bout.
Yeah, that's right. And doing that against Cappelozza for the first time makes it all that much more impressive. And the way he did it was, first of all, he didn't allow Cappelozza to bully him. He backed up Cappelozza. He became the bully. He fought like he had nothing to lose. Did a great job of taking away the mobility of Cappelozza by destroying that lead leg. Then came in with heavy punches, utilized his size and power extremely well, and had the best performance of his career because of it.
That's a rematch. Both men obviously not just searching for points, not just searching for a place in the standings, but they want the bragging rights. Because when you're talking about heavy-hitting Brazilians, they want to be the one to reckon with in the heavyweight division. And that man right there is going to start the action on the main card. His name is Biaggio Ali Walsh. He's the grandson of the boxing legend, Muhammad Ali, carrying on the family legacy.
Biaggio Ali Walsh.
A lot of pressure comes with that name, grandson of boxing legend Muhammad Ali, also making his amateur PFL debut.
It is true, you know, I do want to create my own name, and I do feel like I've gotten here because of who I'm related to, but that's why I'm here to perform very well, so I can show people that, you know, I have the talent and the confidence. So it's all up to me at the end of the day.
Nice right hand landed. And a jab as well, and a right hand. Ali Walsh getting off early here. A little blood on the hairline already of Tom Gracer. Push kick knocks Gracer down.
Ali Walsh all over him right now.
Another right hand lands for Ali Walsh. Excellent combinations.
Oh, big shot.
It's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm super grateful that I have this opportunity. So, you know what, I'm gonna just go for it and just put in all the work and just only live, breathe, and sleep MMA. So.
And the right hand, that'll do it. Wow. Biaggio Ali Walsh unleashes hell on Tom Gracer.
Ali Walsh.
Biaggio Ali Walsh does not appear to be, at least at this moment, all that affected by the hype and the lights and the pressure. We're here in Vegas now for the opening of the regular season, and the regular season will continue in Atlanta. 3 events in June, Overtime Elite Arena for the second half of the regular season action. Fighters vie for playoff spots. For ticket information, go to www.pflmma.com. One heavyweight fight in the books. Danilo Marcus took down a decision victory over Yorgan de Castro. Good for 3 points in the standings. Plenty more heavyweight action to come. Including this bout, Marcelo Nunes and Maurice Green, brought to you by Just for Men, One Day Beard and Brow Color.
Approaching the blue corner, Maurice Green.
Maurice Green, we've seen him in a showcase bout, but this is his first PFL season. 8 of his career victories have come via finish. 6 of those have been submissions. At 6'7", he's tall, but only the second tallest heavyweight we have on the PFL roster.
Walking to the red corner, Marcelo Nunez.
And there's Marcelo Nunez, 4 straight finishes in his last 4. 3 of those have been submission victories. He's 9-1 as a pro. Elite jiu-jitsu skill.
All right, here are our keys to victory for Nunez, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu expert. He needs to cut off the cage and take this fight to the ground. For Maurice Green, he needs to stop those takedowns, of course, and strike with those long-range weapons.
Taylor Tay brought to you by Just for Men, one day beard and brown color. Maurice Green is 6 feet 7 inches tall. Significantly taller than Marcelo Nunez, who stands 6'3". Weight advantage, reach advantage belonging to Maurice Green. Justin Roberts in the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 251 1/4 pounds, with a record of 10 wins and 7 losses, fighting out of Bruno, New York, the Crochet Boss, Maurice Green. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 244 3/4 pounds, with a record of 9 wins and 1 loss, fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Marcelo Nunez. Your referee, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith to oversee the action. Marcelo Nunez brought a crowd with him. He's in the blue trunks. Maurice Green in the gray.
Marcelo, ready? Maurice, ready? Fights on.
Touch of the gloves. Maurice Green in the southpaw stance. Flash of the shins to open the heavyweight action.
Yeah, I think that hurt both men there. Oh, again, going for that inside low calf kick. Dangerous one, that one.
Nunez wants to get here. Underhook, chest to chest, press the Crochet Boss against the cage.
Yeah, Maurice doing a good job getting head position there, trying to get lower than Nunez to prevent a strong connection on that clinch.
Green said he expected the clinch and the takedown attempts from Nunez. Nunez said he had some very tall opponents in the training environment to get ready for this. Looks like he can get this fight to the ground where he has an advantage.
Yeah, trained with Alexander Volkov, 6'7", been working a lot on his takedown game in preparation for this season.
Nunez and others have built a nice little camp down here. Bruno Capello's a part of that camp. Volkov, as Kenny just mentioned, Honey Marks, some big body guys. Getting good rounds in, truly preparing for heavyweight contests. And you can see the strength here from Nunez.
And Maurice Green, another one of those guys, along with Yorgan de Castro, who helped John Jones in preparation for his last championship fight. Been training very hard, seems very focused. He said he's not here to just participate. He wants to win the championship here.
Green said he used to make him nervous to study and watch fights. And John Jones helped him change that mentality. Now he likes to watch them more and more because the nervousness goes away.
Yep.
And he comes out with a game plan on how to win.
I agree with that approach.
Yeah, an interesting perspective said if watching it bothers you, it just means you haven't watched it enough. Green trying to build a frame here to keep Nunes away from him on the pressure. Ray Lewis in the building tonight, two-time Super Bowl champion, defensive MVP, Hall of Famer in the NFL. Nice knee from Maurice Green right up the middle. Ray gave a little pep talk to the fighters at the weigh-ins last night. Oh! Kenny Florian almost came out of retirement after he heard it.
Ray Lewis, as intense as they come. I love his inspiring talks. Dude's a beast.
Nunes tried to pull Green down to the ground by almost pulling guard.
Yeah, almost pulled it off.
Yeah, Green stepped out of it, luckily.
Nunes must have seen something on film with the leg kicks. He keeps going back to it. Green trying to stay long with the jabs.
Yeah, you know, the outside calf kick is more common now in MMA, and we're starting to see this inside calf kick. I don't know if the risk is worth the reward just because you have that collision of the shins, but we're starting to see that more often as well. That is just brutal.
Overhand right there, glances off the guard for Nunes. Oh! Clash of the heads.
Yep.
Watch your heads, guys.
Mark Smith sees it, tells him to watch it. Body kick from Nunes, who's again trying to pummel his way in chest to chest. Green, though, negating that here in the second half of the first round.
Wow, I felt that calf kick from here.
My goodness.
Oh.
Body shot on the lead from Maurice Green.
Maurice Green looking way more confident now, attacking the body, which is good against someone who's trying to level change.
Oh,
punches him landing here.
Nunes is hurt with that body shot.
He was wobbled there.
Maurice Green came in a little too far. Nunes able to grab hold of him. Press him against the cage one more time. Don't forget to be here at 10 Eastern on ESPN2 when Jake Paul joins the show.
Yeah, I noticed that Maurice Green is just way more engaged during the fight. There'd be times where I'd see him compete where he'd kind of check out a little bit. He is with Nunes every exchange here.
Single attempt.
Nice knee by Green, straight to the dome of Nunes. Nunes went down on that single. There's the takedown.
He
might give up his back. Big problem here. Green right back to his feet.
Kenny, your point is well made. Maurice Green is active, engaged. He desperately wants to win this fight, and it's showing here in the first round.
Yeah, he's not giving up any positions. He's fighting for every single exchange. He's staying right with Marcelo Nunes, who is obviously extremely committed to take this fight to the floor. Big shots by Maurice Green.
He led with the hook and landed a straight left after it, and he's got Nunes on the retreat now.
Nunes got to watch those knees. He's bringing his head down into knee range for such a tall opponent.
Nice counter by Maurice Green, and Maurice Green needs to keep those hands high as well. Nunes starting to find his mark on that overhand right.
Final bell of this first round. Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Maurice Green in the corner. There's Marcelo Nunes, his opponent. A fascinating first round, and here's the replays.
There's a head inside single, little trip to the far leg. Nunes gets on top. Green not conceding anything. Steps right back up to his feet. Green comes back, big knee, right up the middle. Got to be careful with these tall guys. Easy to bring those knees right up into very, very dangerous territory.
Marcelo Nunes in the blue, already showing some fatigue. Maurice Green in the gray.
Yeah, and we saw some big body shots from Maurice Green, and those are the kind of shots that can really take away your gas and energy level. That might be paying off. Nunes looking much slower here.
Oh, nice right hand, right on the money.
Good knee up there. And Green turns, puts Nunes back to the cage. Maurice Green swinging away. Ian Parker, what do you think so far?
You know what? I gave that first round to Maurice Green. However, looking at these odds right now, I know Maurice kind of has the momentum. I would look to actually throw something on plus 235 on Nunes. In that last fight, very similar. Nunes dropped the first round, came back and got a submission. It looks like he's going for a go-for-broke type of takedown here. He's trying to catch his breath, but Maurice Green, this is the best we've seen him look in a very long time.
Yeah, Maurice Green looks good, and Nunes looks like he's in serious trouble.
Big trouble. The gas tank is bouncing off empty.
Nasty knees by Maurice Green, who has Nunes pinned up against the cage. This is not looking good. Nunes is bleeding out of his nose.
And that is the end. Mark Smith waves it off. Told Nunes not to turn his back. Maurice Green with a 5-point finish in the second round.
What a performance by Maurice Green. He did everything he said he was going to do tonight. Just beautiful striking, excellent counter grappling there. Best he's ever looked.
I agree 100%. The knees were fantastic. He ate a couple low calf kicks, but he waded through that, used the tools at his disposal, did not concede a single thing, fought for every inch in this fight.
Yep.
Take a look at the Cageonomics post-fight stats brought to you by Geico. Marcelo Nunes was able to get the one takedown, but this fight was all about Maurice Green and his striking. Established the range, landed the kicks, the knees, the punches, sapped the gas tank of Marcelo Nunes, and got the job done in the second round. We'll make it official and speak with the winner when we return on ESPN+. Maurice Green playing to the crowd a little bit, who has swung in his favor, by the way. Fickle group here.
Yes, indeed.
Here's how computerized scoring saw it. Strong first round for Maurice Green. Remember, he did have Marcelo Nunes in trouble in the first frame. And then, of course, the only way to score a perfect 100, according to the algorithm, is to get a finish in the round. Maurice Green able to do that in the second. Justin Roberts has the official call.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute 20 seconds of the second round, declaring your winner by TKO, earning 5 points in the PFL heavyweight division, the Crochet Boss, Maurice Green.
Let's take a look at the heavyweight standings. Maurice Green said he wanted to make a statement. Well, that's how you do it. 5 points, getting a finish in round 2. Danilo Marcus there in the second spot there with 3 points, earning a decision win. Maurice Green striking, his counter grappling just on point. Those knees, Randy,
absolutely
just nasty.
6'7", bring those knees up very easily, right into the body and right into the head, especially as tired as Nunes seems to be. He keeps bending over and putting his head right in danger. Maurice Green using the tools at his disposal, that plumb clinch, bringing those knees right up the middle. Here, Nunes starts to turn his back. That's all that you need to see as a referee. You're not intelligently defending yourself at that point. He steps in and waves it off.
A fired up Maurice Green is inside the smart cage with Sean O'Connell. Sean.
All right, here with the winner, Maurice Green, for the Celsius post-fight interview. 5 points for a second round finish. Let's talk about how you set this up, because he got chest to chest with you. He pressed you against the cage. That's exactly where he wanted to be. You were able to separate, and then you went to work.
First and foremost, I want to dedicate this win to my near and dear friend's mother, Mama Zulo. I love you, Mama Zulo, and hopefully I'll make it out to see you again. And I want to thank my fiance, my kids, my teammates, the Redwood Originals, John Jones, Jaime Romo, Dwight, Enrique. I remember when we started this journey 2.5 years ago, I didn't think I was going to be here, and I kept my foot on the gas, and I'm back.
You're back, and for now, you're at the top of the heavyweight standings. We saw the knees scoring, the long strikes. Is that striking your biggest advantage in this heavyweight division?
Yes, but don't sleep on my jiu-jitsu. Most of my wins are by submission. You can sleep on me if you want to. One of these days, I'm gonna sleep one of y'all, I promise you.
Take a look at these replays here. Did you know it was the end as he started to turn away?
Yeah, I started hearing Mark Smith say don't turn away. So you put your foot on the gas a little more. And you try to get him to stop the fight. Because I don't get paid by the hour. I don't get paid by the minute. So let's get it in and out of here real quick. It doesn't always go like that, though.
Not always, but tonight it did. 5 points for the crochet boss, Maurice Green. For now, the top of the heavyweight regular season standings.
And you guys can stay up to date on all things PFL. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at PFL MMA. PFL, it's more than a fight. All right, a little great heavyweight fight, fellas. Let's check in backstage with Megan Anderson.
Thanks, Sean. Now, Renan Ferreira at 6'8" is one of the tallest heavyweights that we've seen in the sport of mixed martial arts. You put him on a basketball court, not only is he an imposing figure, he's got the skills to match. But it's not just about his height, it's the pure athleticism that he brings as well that is so rare to see, not just at heavyweight, but as somebody who is 6'8" as well. Myself, at 6 foot in the featherweight division, always tends to have the height and reach advantage like Renan Ferreira, but if having the height and reach advantage meant that you'd always win fights, I'd be undefeated.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
And that's why I'm here.
They're not better than you. I promise you. I go every weekend on the road to see the best of the best, and they're standing right in front of me. Now go goddamn believe that.
You can try and
Oh! Deep right hand! He's in big trouble!
It's a mental, grueling, physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This is the richest night in MMA history.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
I've gone to the ringer physically and mentally for this sport. This is my life. I love this. I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit.
I want to hold that big check, hold that big old heavy belt at the end of the year.
I'm going to show them on April 1st why I'm the champion and that there's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
We truly don't really care about the other fighters until they're on my plate.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood, and I want to hurt them in the cage.
Please make my day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. PFL regular season continues 1 week from tonight. Olivier Aubin Mercier versus Sugar Shane Burgos. Just kidding, that's Hurricane Shane making his PFL debut. live on ESPN. For more ticket information, go to PFLMMA.com. And then the regular season will continue in June. We're coming back to Atlanta, Overtime Elite Arena. Great host for us a season ago. Featherweights and light heavyweights on June 8th. Women's featherweights and heavyweights on June 16th. Welterweights and lightweights June 23rd in Atlanta. Here's our heavyweight standings. 2 bouts in the books. Maurice Green looked excellent against Marcelo Nunes. He got 5 points in a second round finish. Danilo Marquez kicked his way to a victory via decision against Yorgan de Castro. Ooh, and look who's in the building, Larissa Pacheco, part of our main event. The 2022 Women's Lightweight Champion. She's come down to featherweight, looking to become the first 2-weight class champion in PFL history. Our next regular season bout will take place in the heavyweight division. 3 5-minute rounds between Renan Ferreira and Rizvan Kuniev, brought to you by Redcon 1. And this promises to be a very interesting matchup. We know something about the problem. Ferreira, unbelievable hands, unbelievable athleticism. He's run into some trouble when he finds himself on his back. So he's been working on that, Randy, and I hope he's been working on it because, well, we'll get to Rizvan Kuniev in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, heading to the blue corner, Rizvan Kuniev.
Making the long walk, Rizvan Kuniev. This is his first PFL season. He's won his last 10. An Eagle FC champion. Eagle FC is owned and operated by Habib Nurmagomedov. Rizvan Kuniev calls Makhachkala, Dagestan home. Wants to be another piece of that proud Dagestani fight lineage.
Well, he could definitely be that. Trained in Thailand for 6 months. It was a very long camp. And you know, Renan Ferreira gets a lot of credit for his athleticism. Don't sleep on the athleticism of Rizvan here. Excellent mobility and movement and striking from this Russian fighter.
And this is what he had to say about the match.
Что я могу сказать о своем оппоненте? Это очень хороший ударник с хорошей ударной техникой. Я думаю, он будет стараться вести весь бой на дистанции, так как будет ему удобно. Но я готов и провести бой как в стойке, так и в партере. Техническим нокаутом в первом, может быть во втором, но скорее всего в первом добиванием выиграю его.
There's a prediction. First round TKO, he says. He wants 6 points, Randy.
Yeah, he's a protege of former champ in the PFL, Ali Asayed, I should say.
On his way to the red corner, Renan Ferreira.
There, making the walk is the problem. All 6 feet 8 inches. 2 fastest knockouts in PFL heavyweight history. The tallest fighter on the roster. Perhaps the best athlete, overall raw athlete we have in any of our weight classes. 250 plus pounds, doing one-legged backflips, spinning kicks. He's just a different breed when it comes to the athleticism. But this ain't an athlete contest, Kenny Florian, it's a fight.
Yeah, that's right, and because of that, you know, he hasn't been able to rely on his athleticism for every single fight. He needed to get better skill-wise. What did he do? Spent 3 months training at American Top Team, said he has got the best resources now, best sparring partners, and he feels this is going to be his best performance because of it.
He talked to us about the offseason.
Então, meu adversário é um cara que gosta de agarrar bastante, né? Então a gente tem feito bastante drill aí de defesas, de muita movimentação para a lateral. Então a preparação foi bem intensa nesse quesito. Eu vou nocautear ele no primeiro round.
So neither of these guys wants to be here for a long time. Not surprising from heavyweights, okay?
All right, here are our keys to victory for Fajeda. Needs to use those long-range weapons. Of course, at 6'7", needs to be able to do that. 6'8", I should say. And for Kunev, needs pressure and needs to employ his ground fighting in this one. That's where we've seen Fajeda susceptible in the past. Maybe that's not the case now, but I think that's what he needs to try to do.
Here's our tail of the tape. Renan Fajeda, 2 years older than Rizvan Kuniev, who's making his PFL debut. Of course, the problem, also the taller fighter, 4 inches taller to be exact. He weighed in 10 pounds heavier. You see a 9-inch advantage on the arm reach for Fajeda. 4 inches on the legs. Brought to you by Redcon 1. That's tail of the tape. Justin Roberts, to you.
This next bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 249 3/4 pounds, with a record of 11 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, Gorets Rizvan Kuniev. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 260 1/2 pounds, with a record of 9 wins, 3 losses, and 2 no contests. Fighting out of Porangatu, Brazil, Renan Problema Fajeda. Your referee, Herb Dean.
Herb Dean will oversee the heavyweight action. Fajeda is in the blue. Rizvan Kuniev is in the gray. And look who's in the corner of Kuniev. That's Magomed Karamov, Magomillion Season 1 welterweight champion. Push kick there, almost caught by Kuniev. Stomping push kick from Kuniev to the midsection.
Ouch. And Kuniev said, you know, he's definitely going to look for a takedown. He said he wants to test the striking of Fajeda early, though. Man, that could be dangerous.
Right? Especially when you're dry and fresh. Definitely want to get on those legs when you're not slippery and sweaty yet.
Yep.
A lot easier to take a guy down.
And this is a big first test here for Renan Fajeda.
Switching to the head inside single. See if he can jack those hips up. Carrera pulling him back up chest to chest. Inside position by Kuniev. Carrera fighting hands and blocking.
Fajeda doing a good job of getting wrist control. Trying to get lower, trying to win head position here.
I think it's worth talking about. Normally when we're watching inside the smart cage and Renan Fajeda is in there, even at heavyweight, he usually dwarfs his opponents, right? And we noticed it at the weigh-ins yesterday. Rizvan Kuniev is a massive man.
He's not a small guy. No, not at all.
I mean, these look like two relatively evenly matched. There's only a 10-pound disparity between their weights. Obviously, the 4 inches listed as a difference, but they looked almost eye to eye at the weigh-ins yesterday.
Yeah, and this is the best shape that I've seen Kuniev in. I mean, he looks absolutely jacked, just put on some muscle, and he's trying to knock out Fajeda.
He landed a hook.
Big left hook by Kuniev. And he did a great job of staying in that space, not letting Fajeda clear and reset. Fought his way right back into that clinch.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping the pressure on Fajeda here. And if you're going to fight Fajeda on the feet, this is where you're going to be safest against someone like Fajeda.
Fajeda repummeling, trying to find his own underhook. Pull Kuniev back up chest to chest.
Matheus Scheffel backstage, one half of the co-main event. He'll take on Bruno Capoloza for the second time in his mixed martial arts career.
Oh, whoa. Almost got behind that leg there for the takedown. Nice balance from Fajeda.
Herb Dean asking for work. Both fighters kneeing at the thighs of their opponent, trying to take away the base. Kuniev brings one up to the midsection.
He's almost got a jump to do it.
Yeah.
But he got it in there.
Yeah, he's landed some good knees up in the clinch here.
Market improvement, I think, here from Renan Ferreira, making sure he keeps this on the feet. This isn't where he wants to be with his back pressed up against the barrier, but it's certainly better than flat on his back. Our betting expert Ian Parker stops by. The odds swinging a little bit further into the favor of Rizvan Kuniev.
Yeah, you know, and it makes sense. He landed a couple big shots. He's been trying to get the takedowns. But, Sean, to your point, definitely the improvements in Fajeda. Right now, in regards to betting, I would stay away from it at the moment. It doesn't make sense to go either way. The fight, anything can still happen. But Fajeda, being able to avoid that takedown, big improvement compared to last year.
And now Fajeda tries to get this to the ground. Kuniev is able to scramble and get on top. Perhaps a mistake there for Renan Ferreira, who was faring well and had reversed positions.
Yeah, he lost his base there and going for that takedown, sacrificed his own position to try to attain a certain position, and Kuniev going to take full advantage of this as he has one hook here. Now Fajeda in a little bit better of a position, needs to keep his back up against the cage. Let's see if he can get back, and he does. Posted his arm and got right back to his feet at the right moment.
I'll tell you what, I appreciate the risk from Fajeda at that moment in the round, because there's been a lot of stalemate, not a ton of meaningful offense on either side. If you're able to score a takedown with about a minute left, that could steal the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And he tried a body lock. His grip just slipped. Again, you know, they're getting a little sweaty. It's going to be a little tougher to pull that off.
All right, here's a big kick from Fajeda on the outside of that lead leg of Kuniev. Kuniev did a good job of working his way on the inside, able to avoid massive blows. He's looking for the knockout as he gets to the clinch, though, earning the respect from Fajeda. There's a nice short left hook.
Little swelling on the left eye of Renan Ferreira in the blue, Rizvan Kuniev in the gray. Both men eager to get this second round started. Still 5 potential points here in the heavyweight standings. Maurice Green already has 5 points from a finish in our last bout.
Another big leg kick by Fajeda.
Oh, boy. He tried the leaping knee there, lost his balance when he landed.
Fajeda trying to attack that leg. Oh, he doesn't have the knee line there. Kuniev able to spin out. Nice job.
Fajeda not afraid to take some risks in this fight.
Yeah, I think as he was landing, I believe Kuniev took out that planting leg, which took away his balance. Not sure if that was on purpose, but either way, he's got Fajeda on his back, and this is where he wanted this fight. Fajeda's doing a much better job of utilizing those frames, creating a little bit more space. I'd like to see him try to work to get back to his feet, build up his base up against the cage. Kuniev, yeah, setting up that Kimura there, Sean.
Sitting out to the feet and the hips, looking for that grip. He's got the left arm.
Oh, big bridge. And a switch, nice sweep by Fajeda. Big bridge, so long, 6'7", carries his hips all the way over, and now he's in top position.
And cage savvy on that. He ran his feet along the cage. Excellent work. You could tell that the move to ATT.
Arm triangle attempt.
Here's a look through the ghost cam. Chain link, no problem. We look right through it. Here as Fajeda tries to set up an arm triangle.
This is not good for Kuniev now in mount. He can still set up this arm triangle, but more than anything else, he can get pounded away here from the mount position if Fajeda is able to posture up. You hear right there on that arm, he's trying to get that across the body of Kuniev to get it to the other side. That's why he's got that head pinned on that side. Kuniev understands that. He's trying to build a frame. He's able to get that arm back into position and save himself for now.
Fajeda's there in front of his own corner, closer to his own corner. Conan Silveira offering advice.
Oh, Fajeda trying to set that arm triangle up again.
Renan staying in that low mount, vined in, making it very difficult for Kuniev to use his hips or find any way to buck out of this position.
Yeah, I'd like to see Fajeda posture up here, get those knees high in the armpits of Kuniev and rain down punches. See if he can force a back take.
He's gonna have to get his hips off of Kuniev's hips to avoid that right there. Armbar set up.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to finish here, especially up against the cage. Kuniev in a much better position now. Kuniev's got to keep his base though. He's not out of it just yet.
Fajeda can find a way to take his balance and knock him down. He might just get this armbar.
Oh,
with the bent stairs, pretty tough. Now he slipped it up past the elbow.
Got the elbow out past the cup of Fajeda.
No issue there.
Pass now by Kuniev. Half guard.
Push him back so you can get up. Don't let him win there. Minute and a half.
Take a listen inside the red corner of Renan
Come
Fajeda.
closer. Let's go. Your hips, you got to get out through the hips. Spin around. Don't let him take your back.
Yeah, we're still seeing these vulnerabilities out of Fajeda. He had an underhook, was able to, if he was able to jack that up and get back to his knees or feet, he would have been in a much better position, but still kind of reverting to that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background where he's more content to play off of his back, Randy.
Yeah, he's not really using his long levers. That cross grip could help him get some elevation to get back to his feet, but he seems like he wants to play this game down here from the bottom.
And Kuniev really needs to get to work as well because Fajeda was in some great positions in this round.
Final 20 seconds here of the second frame.
Now Fajeda trying to build up his base, trying to get his back to the cage, but not a whole lot of time to do so.
Big blows from the top for Kuniev in the final seconds. Round 3 between these heavyweights next.
The money made me sign with the PFL. This is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league,
you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight.
It's for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
A fatigued Rizvan Kuniev set to come out for round number 3.
Yeah. Nice ground and pound by Kuniev, fighting to stay in position, trying to set up the Kimura. There's the switch, the big bridge by the long Pereira to get the sweep, full mount, and the switch back right into the armbar position.
Renan Ferreira in the blue, Rizvan Kuniev in the gray. 2 heavyweights ready to slug it out in the 3rd round. Another leg kick from Renan Ferreira. He's landed that several times. We'll see how the gas tanks hold up here. Both men showing some fatigue in the corners between rounds, understandably.
There's a nice 1-2 from Ferreira.
Good clinch uppercut there from Rizvan Kuniev to respond. Who now presses in, pushes Ferreira against the cage one more time.
I mean, this was a close one. I mean, that last round, pretty close. Thought Ferreira may have outpositioned him here, but it could be 1-1. This fight may come down to this round here, guys.
Yeah, it's tough. Another one that's very, very tough to score. Both guys have had their moments.
It's work. According to the algorithm, our AI scoring, computerized here in the PFL, round 1 to Kuniev, round 2 to Ferreira. Of course, the judges' scorecards are what mattered. Oh, nice hook there from Kuniev. Oh, he landed a 2-punch combo.
Yeah, I like how he's not getting all the way out, just getting into boxing range, landing some big shots, getting right back to the clinch. That is frustrating Ferreira, and Ferreira just can't find a way to get away from that cage.
Very smart by Kuniev. Stay in that range. You worked hard to get there. Don't give that up.
I know a guy named Randy Couture who used to do that to people.
It was absolutely my mentality there.
Never heard of him.
It's
work. Herb Dean calling for more work. I say it all the time. I still think the average fan fails to appreciate just how taxing this style of fighting is. That's why we're seeing both these men breathing heavily. Oh! He tried to toss, and once again, Kuniev is able to scramble to an advantageous position.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 times now where Ferreira is kind of handing these positions to Kuniev. Kuniev didn't have to even work for this takedown. It's Ferreira who's making these mistakes, and now in this crucifix position.
Ferreira tried from the overhook to step across, a little Uchimata, and it didn't work. He just slipped right off.
Yeah, threw himself off balance there. Now trying to work to get back to his feet. Nice job by Ferreira to stay with it.
Ferreira's going to try and turn and face here. Kuniev clinging on. Come on, work. Drags him back to the mat. Two minutes left to score a finish here. Rizvan Kuniev on top of Renan Ferreira, inside control.
Yeah, and this is where we've seen Ferreira kind of lose fights before, late in the fight, run out of gas. This grinding style can definitely take its toll on anybody, but we've definitely seen it take its toll on guys like Ferreira.
Give Ferreira credit, he has improved a lot. He's a lot more effective from the ground, both on the top and the bottom in this fight than we've seen him in the past.
Now Kuniev moving into mount here.
Still a bonus point up for grabs if Kuniev can earn a finish with this dominant position.
Now he's starting to posture up. Ferreira just trying to hold on here.
There's the high mount.
Yep, he's got that high mount, which means he can posture up and rain down blows. Ferreira up against the cage. This is a terrible position for him. A little over a minute to go. Kuniev now landing those big shots we've been calling for.
We'll see if he's got the gas to hammer away for this final minute.
55 seconds.
Hammer fist. Ferreira not capitulating here, gonna make him work for it. Still trying to climb back to his feet.
Big time hematoma under the left eye of Ferreira. Nice job by Ferreira to get back to a half guard. Needs to build his base back up though. His head is pinned up against the cage. It's a terrible position. Now he's trying to attack that leg. Ferreira trying to attack the knee, it looks like. Doesn't quite have it. Doesn't have the right angle on that knee joint.
And he'll run out of time here as the final bell sounds. Kuniev finishes on top. Rizvan Kuniev making a PFL debut, barring any surprises, I think a successful one. See that left eye of Renan Ferreira showing the damage. Here's our Cagenomic Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Kuniev with the takedown advantage here. Threw more and landed more on the feet. More kicks from Renan Ferreira. And an official decision when we return on ESPN Plus. PFL's computerized scoring measures every fighter in every round. Performance-based algorithm that looks at damage inflicted and successful technique. Grades on a 1 to 100 scale, with 100 being awarded only if you finish your opponent inside a round. PFL's computerized scoring helps you follow along, see who's winning every fight, and you can see that rounds 1 and 3, according to the algorithm, belong to Rizvan Kuniev. Randy and Kenny would agree. What do the official judges think? Well, Justin Roberts has their scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score the contest 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the PFL heavyweight division, Goretz Rizvan Kuniev.
The Highlander, that's what his nickname means. There can be only one. Rizvan Kuniev, successful in his PFL debut, earns 3 points in the heavyweight standings. He's won 11 in a row now. Someone to keep an eye on as the regular season progresses towards the playoffs. Maurice Green still has 5 points. Right now, that's good enough for top of the standings. Don't forget, Jake Paul's gonna join us momentarily. That's in 14 minutes. When we come back to our ESPN2 broadcast, we'll be joined by Jake Paul. Let's take a look at the women's featherweight standings. Amber Leibrock, head kick victory in the first round. That's good for 6 points. Marina Mokhnakina with 5. Martins has a decision victory, good for 3. There's an updated look at our featherweight standings. And of course, the women's featherweight playoff picture will not be fully figured out until the final bell sounds tonight, because our main event features these two women, Larissa Pacheco and Julia Budd. 3 rounds, 4 points, and a place potentially at the top of the standings. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. Larissa Pacheco, Randy, is coming off the biggest victory of her career in that upset over Kayla Harris.
Absolutely, the victory in last year's final to put her in the championship spot, the chance to make history now at the 145-pound weight class and be our first 2-division champ.
Let's take a closer look at Larissa Pacheco's championship run.
The number one thing she possesses now is confidence. And people don't put enough respect on the mental side of fighting. If you get in a cage and lock the door, you need to be real confident in yourself, and I think she has that now.
Thanks everyone for being here. Obviously, we're very excited about what's coming up, but I wanted to start the conversation with our main event. And Kayla, this is being billed as your biggest rivalry in the PFL. It's the 3rd time you fought Larissa Pacheco, but I think it's safe to say, even though you beat her twice, she's a very different fighter on a 5-fight winning streak that includes 5 finishes. What happens if Kayla Harrison gets hit by the power we've seen from Larissa Pacheco?
I mean, can you call it a rivalry if you've never won a round? I don't know if that's fair. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on Larissa. It's not a rivalry. You know, just because you don't see me get hit in a fight doesn't mean I don't get hit. You know, I train hard. I train harder than pretty much anyone I know, and I put in the work so that on fight night it looks easy.
There's a single leg attempt here from Kayla. Pacheco's on the neck. Kayla Harrison had to roll out of that choke attempt, and now Larissa Pacheco finds herself on top.
I get hit. I'm not worried about getting hit. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to instill my will 1 round at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 exchange at a time, 1 breath at a time.
Beautiful grappling exchanges there.
Oh, triangle.
Triangle, champ. She's got it behind the arm step.
She's got it locked on.
There's a chink in the armor potentially for Kayla Harrison.
Eu quero tanto me tornar campeã quanto eu quero essa revanche. Eu acho que ela já tá na vantagem, já ganhou 2 vezes, acho que agora é minha vez.
Pacheco going to work on the body, heavy hands, as she tries to maintain top position for the final 30 seconds of this round. And there's 2 right hands.
Tell you what, Pacheco did her homework for this one.
Me preparei para isso, então essa é a meta.
Hammer fist from the top here. Larissa Pacheco going to work again.
A lot of gas been used in this fight. Amazing pace.
Pacheco taking 1 last breath before the final 30 seconds. We'll go to the final bell. An incredible Women's Lightweight World Championship bout. Larissa Pacheco and Kayla Harrison hug it out after an epic battle. A much more subdued Kayla Harrison, clearly exhausted from a grueling back-and-forth battle.
Larissa
Pacheco just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport. The belt around Larissa Pacheco's shoulder. PFL CEO Pete Murray and President of Fighter Operations Ray Sefo, and a $1 million check. So an incredible story, an incredible upset, and Larissa Pacheco earned every bit of that. Now the whole MMA world knows what she is truly capable of. I think she's the woman to beat in this year's brand new featherweight division. Is Julia Budd, her opponent tonight, up to the task?
Well, we can be motivated and inspired by our opponents in different ways. And I think for Julia Budd, she's looking at Larissa Pacheco, who did what many people thought was the impossible in beating Kayla Harris, and said, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to surprise and shock the world and beat Pacheco here, especially given this is her division. She feels like this is the division where really she made her name, 145 pounds. This is new for Larissa, so she's coming in here very confident and very motivated.
An incredible main event to cap the action off tonight. And in the co-main event, it's two heavy hitters. Both of them happen to be Brazilian. Do not blink when Bruno Capoloza and Matheus Scheffel step into the smart cage. Randy, Bruno Capoloza, a one-time champion at heavyweight. 2021, he looked unbeatable. Can he get back to that form?
4 first-round finishes in 2021 to get to that championship title. This guy's as explosive as anybody in this sport. I always say this, he reminds me of a young Vitor Belfort, somebody I fought 3 times. This guy's very explosive. You stand around in front of him, he is going to explode. Let those hands go, and you're going to have a big problem.
Let's take another look at Bruno Capoloza's 2021 championship.
Bruno
Capoloza is coming up 205, and he said from day one, these heavyweights are not going to be able to deal with my speed. And man, has he lived up to that.
And already a big punch from Bruno Capoloza. Ante Dilia hanging on for dear life as he tries to recover. Dilia is able to explode out, and now he goes to work against the cage. Hammer fist coming down for Ante Dilia. Back and forth here. Big knee. Hooks. Another to the body. Ante Dilia is out on his feet. Big shots. Oh!
Unbelievable. Both these men, absolute savages.
Dilia's in trouble. Big trouble. Once again, Bruno pouring it on from the top. Taxing pace here between these two heavyweights.
Your 2021 PFL Heavyweight World Champion, Bruno Capoloza.
So Bruno Capoloza looked unbeatable in the PFL heavyweight division. Even in that close, crazy championship fight, he comes out on top. But the man who showed us that Bruno is not unbeatable stands in front of him again tonight, Matheus Scheffel. Can he do it again?
And that's what's so impressive. To do that for the very first time takes a lot of confidence, and that really was the first time that we saw Matheus Scheffel fight without any pressure. He was letting his hands go. It seemed like he was fighting with nothing to lose out there. That was easily his best performance that we've seen from him. Obviously inspired by defeating a former champion out there. Everything about that performance was brilliant, taking out that lead leg. He had made a conscious decision to not get bullied. He actually played the role of bully there against Capoloza.
Yeah, when you get a guy as aggressive as Bruno Capoloza on the back foot, sometimes the results are exactly what you want, and that is how Matheus Scheffel did it the first time out. Bruno hungry for the win in the rematch. Matheus wants to prove to everyone that was not a fluke. Unbelievable co-main event in store for tonight. Plenty of action still to come as we continue with women's featherweights and heavyweights. It'll be on ESPN2, simulcast right here on ESPN Plus, and of course also on ESPN Deportes. PFL regular season action will continue from the theater at Virgin Hotels in Las Vegas, Nevada. Make sure you stay with us. All that's still to come, but just to recap, here's our Redcon 1 kick speeds. Amber Leibrock, 59 miles an hour, and that one landed on the chin of Martina and Drova. Beginning of the end, Yorgan De Castro and Danilo Marquez. They exchanged a lot of kicks in that fight, 56 and 52 miles an hour, respectively for them. There's a look at the Bud Light Fighters Lounge. There's Amanda Leibrock enjoying herself. She was dancing inside the cage, and she was dancing because of this Bud Light knockout of the night. Take a listen. First victory. A great place atop for now the women's featherweight standings for Amber Libron. There's Jake Paul. He's partnered with the PFL. He's going to join the show at the top of our ESPN2 card. That's coming up in a few minutes here at 10 Eastern. ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. Sean O'Connell, Brandy Couture, Kenny Florian. Intriguing action so far. The regular season standings starting to take shape, but we're driving towards a main event featuring Larissa Pacheco, who won a championship not so long ago, Randy, and also the grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, who will open our main card on ESPN2. Let's check in with the betting. Our experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker, are standing by. Fellas, how we looking?
Well, we're looking pretty good, Sean. Thank you very much. We're excited. We've already had a lot of good fights so far. Still the main card to come. I want to focus on the second, third, and fourth fights on the main card. Let's start, Ian, because that's where your bold prediction was, presented by Puncher's Chance earlier tonight. What is that bold prediction?
Coach, I'm glad you asked. That bold prediction is going to be the underdog, Elena Kolesnik. If she can keep this fight standing against Aspen Ladd, I think the power in the boxing can pull off a rather bold play. So we're going to go by KO or TKO at plus 1,100.
And then the co-main event, Capoloza and Sheffield. Where are you going there?
I'm going with Bruno Capoloza. He is absolutely one of the worst people to fight in the first leg of the PFL season. He's going to come forward, speed, power, everything. Sheffield had success against him last season. That was when he already clinched. I think this is a new motivated Bruno Capoloza, and that's a scary one to go with. I'm taking him. Odds have already gone up from minus 150 to 165. I'm still on it.
All right, and speaking of odds, she's been around minus 1,000 the entire week. Pacheco and taking on Bud. How do we bet this when it's at minus 1,000?
You know what? I'm going to take it down and go back to the props here. The way that Pacheco fights, she fights to finishes, and she definitely understands the format of the PFL being here for as long as she has. So we're going to our fight props. Now, you have two options here. Minus 110 if you want to go really specific by KO or TKO, as she's going to pressure Julia Budd. Or I'm going to play the safe route at minus 190 and take her to win by any means necessary by finish.
All right, three big plays from Ian Parker. And let's remember, everybody at home, it's about bonus points. It's about finishes. Who will finish tonight on the main card? We'll be here to find out. Sean, back to you, the guys.
All right, so the betting big board's looking pretty good. We got plenty more action still to come. Remember, heavyweights and women's featherweights all vying for a spot in the playoffs, because this is the toughest format in the entire combat sports world. Regular season, that's what we're up to now. Playoffs still to come in August, and a championship with $1 million on the line. Virgin Hotels, we're in the theater. Marina got a win. Evelyn Martins got a win. Amber Libron put everybody on notice. And then it was the heavyweights' turn. Danilo Marquez has his points. More points, more fights when we come back in just a minute on ESPN2. The PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Puncher's Chance, surrender to nothing. And by Celsius, Live Fit, the official energy drink of the PFL.
Action. The heavyweights and women's featherweights are going to light up the smart cage.
The time is now.
Champion Larissa Pacheco returns to begin her journey to become the first two-division PFL champion ever.
Larissa Pacheco, one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport.
Can former world champ Julia Budd shut her down?
Oh my goodness!
Plus, meet 6'8" Renan the Problema Fajera.
Oh, big shot!
Can Rizvan tackle this skyscraper?
Wow, what a fight!
Plus, Bruno Capoloza will be packing the leather against Matheus and Sheffield.
Oh my goodness!
We're bringing that heat tonight, Vegas. The PFL starts right now.
Welcome, fight fans, to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. The sun setting outside, the action heating up inside the theater at Virgin Hotel. Regular season action continues here in our second straight week in Las Vegas. Women's featherweights and heavyweights have taken center stage. Main event featuring Larissa Pacheco and Julia Budd still to come, and a co-main with Bruno Capoloza and Matheus Scheffel in a rematch. I'm Sean O'Connell. The legendary Randy Couture and the equally legendary Kenny Florian are here as always. This is the toughest test in all of combat sports. To win a championship and that $1 million prize, you got to win 4 fights in less than 8 months. And the journey for the women's featherweights and the heavyweights begins here in Las Vegas tonight. We've already had action on ESPN Plus on the undercard. We'll take a look at the standings in just a moment, but let's talk about the main event. Larissa Pacheco pulled off one of the biggest upsets in MMA history not so long ago. She dethroned Kayla Harrison for a lightweight championship. Now it's a brand new weight class, maybe a brand new Larissa Pacheco. What do you expect?
Well, can she repeat? Not only as a champion, but be the first to set history and a 2-division champ in the PFL. It started at 15 years old in Muritiba, Brazil. Went pro at 17. Great ground skills, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. But she's leaned up, set her mind right, and now you had better be ready because she lets her hands go. She's got great speed, great power. The striking is on point. 5 knockouts, 5 victories. She is on fire and at the peak of her career right now.
And she will be taking on a very tough test in Julia Budd. Now, Julia Budd didn't like being a lightweight. She participated last year with the PFL at 155 pounds. Wasn't her natural weight class. She's had a ton of success, a former champion at 145.
That's right, and that's why she's so confident heading into this featherweight contest. If you're gonna beat someone like Larissa Pacheco, you better be experienced, you better be strong. Well, Julia Budd is both of those things. She's very good at setting up her entries into takedowns, into clinches. She's gonna need that. She has good striking from the outside, but for me, it's gonna be all about the grappling skills. She's not necessarily safe on the ground, but that's her easiest path to victory here against Pacheco.
All right, let's talk about the co-main event. Bruno Capoloza in 2021 was a heavyweight menace with the speed and the power on his way to a championship, and now he's looking to get back to that form. Can he do it?
He walked in the first PFL, said, I'm moving up to heavyweight, and there isn't one of these heavyweights that can stick with my speed. And boy, has he lived up to that. He reminds me of a young Vitor Belfort. He lets those hands go. Blazing speed, great accuracy, and very, very explosive. He's been working a lot on first fixing some injuries and shoring up and being a very well-rounded mixed martial artist. Expect to see him use more of his grappling and more of his wrestling this season. He's up against it tonight. Can he come back in that championship form?
Well, Kenny, when we saw that speed and that power and that technique from Bruno Capoloza, a lot of us, myself included, said, man, how do you beat that guy, especially striking? Matheus Scheffel, who he faces again tonight, did just that last year.
Yeah, he definitely did. He had a bold approach, had a very intelligent approach, did a great job of destroying that lead leg with kicks, which slowed down Capoloza, which made him less mobile. And then from there, he took over as the bully. He didn't allow Capoloza to move forward. He utilized his size, he utilized his power, and pulled off the greatest win of his career, one of the biggest upsets as well that year.
So Matheus Scheffel wants the bragging rights to prove that he truly is the better fighter. And of course, Bruno Capoloza wants his revenge. We've got 4 fights left on the card tonight, including those that we just mentioned. Larissa Pacheco, Julia Budd in a main event. Bruno Capoloza, Matheus Scheffel in a co-main event. Olena Kolesnik and Aspen Ladd will square off. Points and a place in the standings on the line at women's featherweight. And a special feature, the grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, steps into a PFL cage once again. He'll take on Isaiah Figueroa. Here beside the PFL Smart Cage, and very, very excited to welcome a special guest to the show tonight. internet sensation, professional boxer, PFL partner, Jake Paul. Jake, welcome to the show. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It's been some amazing fights already, and the night's only going to get better.
Look, you've taken over the pro boxing world, all the attention on you. Where are you at right now with your boxing career, and what's next?
Man, look, I'm revisiting the drawing board, going back to the basics, changing some things around with my team, and we're assessing who it is that I'm going to fight next. There's some really big names out there. We're talking to multiple different teams and trying to make another massive fight. So stay tuned, and hopefully you'll hear an announcement from me soon.
Well, look, I'm curious to know who you're fighting next in boxing, but you made huge news in the MMA world when you signed with the PFL not so long ago. So all of us in the MMA world want to know, when will you make your debut in this sport, in mixed martial arts?
Yeah, look, it's looking like end of 2023, you know, maybe beginning 2024. But I'm really excited. You know, even just watching the fights tonight has got me hyped up. You know, I've been training jiu-jitsu a little bit and getting back to my wrestling roots, being, you know, I grew up wrestling in Ohio, Division I, have that background. So I really just have to focus on learning the kicks. So I need about a year or so, and then I'm going to be ready. But excited to be doing it with the PFL, and hopefully we can lock down a big name, because I want to challenge myself. People think I'm crazy, which I am, but I like doing things differently. And since the beginning of this whole like influencer boxing thing, I've always said that I've wanted to do MMA. So for me, I'm excited to do it and to be doing it with the PFL.
All right, let's talk about a fight we've got coming up here very shortly on this card. Biaggio Ali Walsh is the grandson of Muhammad Ali. He's just jumping in to the Smart Cage for his fourth fight. His fourth fight total. What kind of pressure do you think he's facing tonight?
A lot, you know, and that's the name of the game. You have to be able to operate under pressure, and having, you know, such a legendary grandpa is not easy, and people have expectations going into things. And when you're fighting on the biggest stages, in only, you know, his fourth fight, like you said, things can be nerve-wracking. I've seen him in the locker room talking to Ray Lewis. People are coming in, giving you advice, hyping you up, maybe even distracting you. And some of those things can be tough to deal with. But I'm excited, man. I think that he's a great fighter. He got a knockout in his last fight, and so the stage is really set. A lot of viewers right now. The streets are buzzing, you know, after some amazing fights in the prelims. So we'll see, man. But definitely that pressure can crack fighters. So let's see what happens.
Jake, thanks for being here. We'll check in with you a little bit later. And actually at home, if you want to listen along, as Jake and our friend from PFL Europe, Wade Plem, they're going to follow along the fights on the Wade Method podcast, or excuse me, his YouTube, the Wade Concept YouTube channel. That's it. It's the Wade Concept YouTube channel. Wade Plem, great rising star in this business. Looking forward to having him stop by a little later as well. So we're moments away from Biaggio Ali Walsh, grandson of Muhammad Ali, taking on Isaiah Figueroa in a special showcase feature right here from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Biaggio Ali Walsh.
A lot of pressure comes with that name. Grandson of boxing legend Muhammad Ali, also making his amateur PFL debut.
It is true, you know, I do want to create my own name, and I do feel like I've gotten here because of who I'm related to, but that's why I'm here to perform very well, so I can show people that, you know, I have the talent and the confidence. So it's all up to me at the end of the day.
Nice right hand landed. And a jab as well, and a right hand Ali Walsh getting off early here. A little blood on the hairline already of Tom Gracer. Push kick knocks Gracer down.
Ali Walsh all over him right now.
Another right hand lands for Ali Walsh. Excellent combinations.
Oh, big shot.
It's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm super grateful that I have this opportunity. So, you know what? I'm gonna just go for it and just put in all the work and just only live, breathe, and sleep MMA. So.
And the right hand, that'll do it. Wow. Biaggio Ali Walsh unleashes hell on Tom Gracer. Ali Walsh.
Special amateur lightweight showcase bout brought to you by Celsius. Biaggio Ali Walsh and Isaiah Figueroa.
Approaching the blue corner, Isaiah Figueroa.
Isaiah Figueroa, wrestling background, tough kid with an opportunity of a lifetime in front of him. He got a knockout in his last win. He's been training in the altitude of Flagstaff, Arizona. He thinks that could be a big-time advantage here, making his PFL debut. A young and promising career ahead of him. He's only 22 years of age.
Yeah, it really feels like he's grown into a man the last few years. Says he's very well positioned to play spoiler here and wants to test the ground game of Biaggio Ali Walsh.
Says he's been working on his mind and mastering his mind to go with his heart.
He totally understands. In talking to this young man, he knows exactly the situation he's in and that he has a perfect opportunity to play spoiler tonight.
I'm from a small gym in a small town, you know. He's got what he wants and everything that he needs for success, and we're gonna see if I have the same thing. I think my advantage is there's no other way for me. This is my route. I've been through some rough times, you know. I lived in an RV for a little bit. I don't know about how much he struggled throughout his life, and that's exactly where I draw my motivation from, and like I said, it's no plan B for me.
And now heading to the red corner, Biaggio Ali Walsh.
Biaggio Ali Walsh, the grandson of the legendary Muhammad Ali. He's building a little bit of a streak here. First round knockouts in his last 2. And this is a home game for him. He lives and trains down here in Las Vegas. Biaggio Ali Walsh understands the weight of his grandfather's name, but he doesn't shy away from all that comes with it.
I see haters online all the time. Obviously, I might have gotten this opportunity because of who I'm related to, but, you know, I see myself as a fighter that can potentially be a champion, even a double champion or something. You could be Muhammad Ali's grandson and be not a good fighter at all. You know, where's the attention there? But if you're Muhammad Ali's grandson and you're a great fighter with a lot of potential, then there's attention, you know, and I believe that that's where I'm at. Haters they're always going to be there, you know, there's always going to be that pressure and stuff, but it motivates me.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for Biaggio Ali Walsh. He needs to establish his jab and stay off of his back here in this fight. For Figueroa, he needs to utilize the leg kicks and look for those takedowns.
Here's our tape for this lightweight feature brought to you by Celsius. Both men very young, 24 years of age for Ali Walsh, 22 years under the belt of Isaiah Figueroa. Biaggio Ali Walsh is the taller fighter at 5'10". Figueroa weighed in 1 pound heavier. Reach advantage of 4 inches on the arms for Biaggio Ali Walsh. He's got a 2-inch advantage as well on the leg. Justin Roberts inside the Smart Cage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Las Vegas, Nevada. This amateur bout sanctioned by the ISKA. President Corey Schaefer scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall. Weighing in at 155 1/2 pounds with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Flagstaff, Arizona, El Guerrero Loco, Isaiah Figueroa. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 155 1/2 pounds, with a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Biaggio Ali Walsh.
There's Flavor Flav, who happens to be the godfather of Biaggio Ali Walsh. Famous grandfather, famous godfather.
And that's Rashida Walsh, his mother, right there as well.
Mark Smith will oversee the action. He is equipped with ref cam. This is an amateur showcase. 3-minute round.
Biaggio, ready?
Rather than 5.
Lights on.
No touch of the gloves. Figueroa in the gray, Ali Walsh in the red. Calf kick to open things from Figueroa, and he changes levels immediately.
Nice sprawl by Ali Walsh. Figueroa staying on him, not giving him any space.
Long right hand there for Biaggio Ali Walsh. Forces another takedown attempt from Figueroa.
Yeah, nice use of the overhook, though, to build up his base. Beautiful job there.
Yeah, very nice. But that whizzer was spot on. Definitely let him get his hips back and get to a full sprawl.
Yeah, and those are the kind of exchanges that's going to take away the confidence of a grappler. And Biaggio bringing the pressure right away. And it's forcing those bad shots as well now from Figueroa. Shot in from a little bit too far away.
Definitely don't want to extend and reach. It's a good way to get yourself popped.
Leg kick there from Biaggio Ali Walsh.
Biaggio staying very aggressive. Says he gains a lot of confidence from his training and his high-level training partners. Feels like
He has seen everything in the training room.
Biaggio's got a younger brother, Nico Ali Walsh. He's 14-0 in professional boxing. Very, very good boxer.
Oh, big right
hand. That hurt him. That Figueroa followed it up there.
Figueroa's
in trouble.
Trying to shake the cobwebs out after that.
Another right hand.
He's still on loose legs here. Isaiah Figueroa, 8-2. 90 seconds left. This round halfway gone.
Biaggio going right back to stalking his prey.
Oh,
Right hand.
He lines up another one, and Mark Smith has seen enough. Biaggio Ali Walsh, first round TKO.
Absolute laser of a right hand from Biaggio Ali Walsh. Never let up that pressure. There's his brother Nico. Sharp striking, excellent counter wrestling there, and beautiful performance again from Biaggio.
Beautiful sprawl, very composed. Used that whizzer effectively to stay out of the second takedown. Landed specific, very accurate punching. Great performance by Biaggio.
This young man is not only incredibly athletic, he's not just someone who's got the famous family lineage, he's got skill, and he keeps improving every fight out. Geico Cagenomics stats bundle, you see the high percentage landed there by Biaggio Ali Walsh. We need to throw takedowns defended in as a stat as well, because that was important for this fight. Isaiah Figueroa wanted to get Biaggio Ali Walsh to the ground. He had a couple good entries, shrugged off. We'll take another look at it, show you some replays when we return to Professional Fighters League action on ESPN2.
Money may be silent to PFL. This is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league,
you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight
It's for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. Professional Fighters League action. There's Biaggio Ali Walsh victorious inside the PFL Smart Cage for a second time in his emerging career. Here's the replays.
Yeah, just kept the pressure on him. As soon as he was winning those takedown exchanges, there's that overhook. Nice whizzer there, gets right back to his feet. And you can see his confidence levels because he went right back to work. Just pursued like a predator out there. Beautiful right hand that hurt Isaiah Figueroa a few times in this fight. Beautiful precision. There's that right hand, and that was a little bit too much for Mark Smith, the referee.
Make that 3 in a row for Biaggio Ali Walsh as his godfather, Flavor Flav, celebrates, gives Mom a hug. Mom and Dad are happy. His brother Nico also in the building. We'll make this one official with Justin Roberts.
Ladies and gentlemen, at just 1 minute and 42 seconds of the very first round, your referee Mark Smith steps in to halt this bout, declaring your winner by TKO, Biaggio Ali Walsh.
All right, I'm here with a Celsius winners interview. Biaggio, Ali, Walsh. Third fight in a row that right hand has spelled the end of an opponent. Is that the favorite weapon?
It's definitely one of my favorites. You know, I have a lot of weapons. I started this fight off a little tense. You know, I was obviously nervous, you know, fighting in front of my hometown and everything, so I had to relax for a second, and once I relaxed, that's kind of when I got everything adjusted.
It looked like this fight went how you thought it would, right? He wanted to take you down. You showed excellent work on the sprawl and on the takedown defense, lined up the offense again. So what's next?
What's next is I'm going to fight again, and then after that, I'm going to fight again, and then after that, I'm going to fight again. I'm going to keep fighting until I'm ready to turn pro.
You're the grandson of Muhammad Ali, and I know you're proud of that, but it also defines the way people see you as a fighter.
Of course.
How do you become more than just that in people's eyes?
Make a name for myself, you know, create my own legacy. You know, every single fighter in the world wants to make their own name, make their own legacy. I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm just like any other fighter. I just have a famous grandfather. That's the only difference. And with that, I get a little bit more pressure, a little bit more attention as well. But what happens in the cage is what really matters.
Well, so far so good. You've looked great here inside the smart cage. Biaggio, Ali, Walsh with another victory.
Here's that jab, finding that distance, and solid right hand right on the money. Spins Figueroa around. There's Flavor Flav. Hopefully he doesn't get that clock stuck onto the cage.
Best hype man in the game right there. And just a great head on his shoulders, you know. Young man really knows where he sits and puts things into perspective and execute when you need to.
So strip away the name for Biaggio, Ali, Walsh, and we're still talking about a promising young prospect. We're talking about a guy with Division I football athleticism, all right, real power in both hands, and we saw there some more than adequate takedown defense. Yes, he's still young in his career, but Randy, you know better than we do. He trains at your gym. He takes it very seriously. He's pursuing this the right way, and he's got, like Kenny said, the right perspective on this, carrying that family name.
Absolutely. As a coach, a father, or a grandfather, this kid emulates everything you want to see in an athlete. Some people may think they stopped that fight too soon. Remember, these guys are still amateurs.
Exactly.
2 or 3 fights each. So that was stopped absolutely perfectly, and rightly so.
Take a look at Bruno Capelozza in the Bose headphones, arriving here a short time ago. One half of our co-main event, a rematch between Bruno Capelozza and Matheus Scheffel, set for our second to last fight of the night. We get back to the regular season action. It'll be women's featherweights with points and a place in the standings on the line up next on ESPN2.
I'm gonna be a millionaire! I will be undefeated.
$1 million and a belt on the line.
How is Tyler Diamond standing up?
This league is not for everyone.
4 fights, 7 months. This is MMA's toughest test.
PFL season is one of the toughest things you can ask a fighter to do.
Marisa Pacheco now has a new queen.
The new queen. All right, here's the Week 8 XFL schedule. Doubleheaders on Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow, the Vipers square off against the Battlehawks. Then the Renegades take on the Guardians. Coverage begins 1 Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific on ESPN and ESPN Deportes. And Sunday afternoon, it's the Lone Star State battle between the Brahmas and the Roughnecks. 3 Eastern, 2 Central on ABC, followed by the Defenders and Sea Dragons on ESPN2. Every game is also available on ESPN+. All right, let's check in with the 4th member of our broadcast team tonight, Megan Anderson. Megan.
Aspen, coming off of a big win over Julia Budd last year, how are you feeling coming into your first regular season here at PFL?
Super excited. I'm just happy to be here and really, really happy to be getting it on the roll, basically, on the go.
Well, your opponent, Elena Kolesnik's very dangerous. Where do you feel like you match up best with her?
She is a heavy-handed striker, and she has fought the same way for a while, and you guys have to wait and see.
Well, good luck. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
So coming up, Elena Kolesnik, Cannon, a former national team boxer in Ukraine, power in both hands, hungry for a championship here. And Aspen Ladd, one time the darling of the women's featherweight division, looking to take home a championship of her own. We'll start the journey next.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
And that's why I'm here.
They're not better than you. I promise you. I go every weekend on the road. I see the best of the best, and they're standing right in front of me. Now go goddamn believe that.
You can try and...
Oh! Big right hand! He's in big trouble!
Grueling, physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This is the richest night in MMA history.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and...
I've gone to the ringer physically and mentally for this sport. This is my life. I love this. I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit.
I want to hold that big check, hold that big old heavy belt at the end of the year.
I'm going to show them on April 1st why I'm the champion and that there's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
We truly don't really care about the other fighters until they're on my plate.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood, and I want to hurt them in the cage.
Please make my day.
Aspen Ladd set to make her PFL debut. 7 of her 9 career wins have come by stoppage fight. Aspen Ladd catches the kick. She's going to flatten her out here. Ladd going to work with the right hand. A hook from Aspen Ladd.
Yeah, they're getting busier here at the end of this round and swinging away to the final bell. Aspen Ladd and Julia Budd giving the fans their money's worth. Aspen!
Welcome back, PFL Fight fans. There's a look at the Ready for More prep point presented by the Air Force Reserve. And that is Larissa Pacheco, 2022 Women's Lightweight World Champion. Looking to repeat, but this time in the featherweight division. And now we're getting back into league action after an amateur showcase, which means I need to explain for you how the PFL season works. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes, 2 fights in the regular season for each fighter. Fighters get 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division will make the playoffs. If you can fight your way through the playoffs into and through a championship, you get a gold belt, you get a $1 million check, and you even get one of those big presentation bonus checks that you can hang on the gym wall. Earlier tonight in the women's featherweight division, Amber Librock with a huge head kick victory. That was a first rounder. Sends the kick up high over the guard of Martina Yandrova.
Okay, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
A little celebratory dancing by Librock, and that puts her atop the featherweight standings, at least for now. Still 2 more featherweight bouts tonight. Marina with a second-round finish has 5 points. Evelyn Martins gets 3 for a decision victory. Up next, Elena Kolesnik and Aspen Ladd vying for points in those featherweight standings. This fight brought to you by TNNS.
Heading to the blue corner, Aspen Ladd.
Aspen Ladd participated in a showcase bout for the PFL last year, but this is her first regular season. 7 victories of her 10 have come by finish. 4 wins in the UFC. Still a promising young talent. And Aspen Ladd gave us the scouting report on Elena Kolesnik in her own words.
I've watched quite a bit of tape on her. Southpaw, striker, likes to try to hit you hard. She's not the most well-rounded. She's gonna be game. She's gonna try to come out and take my head off is what I expect. I truly hope that she stays true to her character, and she does do that because it plays into everything that I am good at. If she decides to be tentative, that's more work.
On her way to the red corner, Elena Kolesnik.
She was in the PFL playoffs last year. They call her Cannon for a reason. Big power behind her punches. Representing proudly her home country of Ukraine. Training now in Thailand. She spent some time in Vegas. She did miss weight by just 0.4. So still eligible to earn points in the standings, but she starts off -1.
And that's the reason for the haircut. Did anything she could do to get it off and to make that 4 ounces go away.
And for Elena Kolesnik, it's not about getting into the right frame of mind during fight week because she is always ready for a scrap.
I don't need mental preparation. I'm born for this. I'm born as a fighter and I am a fighter. There is no mental preparation for me. Other girls may be playing the I'm not playing it. I live in it. I fight for everything in my life. I don't need mental preparation because I do what I really love to do.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for this fight. And here's Kolesnik. She needs to brawl, the more technical fighter. Try to create those brawling exchanges. She also needs to stop the takedowns here against Aspen Ladd. And for Ladd, she needs to utilize striking variety and hit those takedowns.
Our teletape brought to you by TNNS. Elena Kolesnik is 4 years older than Aspen Ladd. She is also 3 inches taller. She missed weight. Aspen Ladd weighed in at the featherweight limit. 2-inch reach advantage on the arms and a 2-inch reach advantage on the legs, both favoring Elena Kolesnik. Justin Roberts is in the smart cage.
This next bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 145 1/2 pounds, with a record of 10 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of El Dorado Hills, California, Aspen Ladd. And her opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 146 1/2 pounds, with a record of 7 wins, 5 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine, she is a 2022 PFL semifinalist in the women's lightweight division, Elena Cannon Kolesnik. Your referee, Chris Tione.
There's Chris Tione equipped with the ref cam. Elena Kolesnik is in the purple. Aspen Ladd is in the gray.
Ready? 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 Here we go. Fight.
Here in the first round, 6 potential points in the standings. Touch of the gloves. Southpaw stands for Kolesnik. Nice movement here by Kolesnik early. Staying off center line to fight the eager Aspen Ladd, who loves to close distance.
Yeah, Aspen's a very smart fighter. Kolesnik, though, she said it in our meeting, she loves to punch people in the face. I mean, this was as vocal as we've ever heard her. She was fired up.
Absolutely, she was fired up, and that was after a miserable weight cut that saw her have to shave her head to try and make it, as Randy mentioned. Aspen Ladd now has grabbed a hold of Elena Kolesnik, as we anticipated she would do, to try and bring this fight to the ground.
Kolesnik doing a nice job of staying on her feet, fighting off the single leg, using the whizzer to pull Aspen Ladd up to a chest-to-chest position. And now she's spun her way out.
Yeah, Kolesnik looking good so far. She said she was going to be way sharper, way faster at this weight class. So far, she's proving that to be true. She also has been competing in a lot of grappling tournaments, earning herself gold medals. So she's ready for a fight anywhere against Aspen Ladd.
PFL fans may remember a couple seasons ago, Elena Kolesnik had Larissa Pacheco on the back foot, was landing combinations, and then just ran into a thunderous punch from Larissa, a counter strike that changed the complexion of that fight. When she's at her best, Elena Kolesnik is formidable.
It's like Kolesnik is showing the uppercut, trying to discourage Ladd from maybe changing levels and trying to shoot in.
The biggest difference, I think, from Kolesnik is just the fundamentals. Her stance looks very strong. She looks very balanced. She's countering well.
A little more composed than we've seen her in the past before. She's picking her shots, using her footwork, finding angles. She was a bit wide open in the previous season.
Well, as a fighter who enjoys the brawl, this is actually really, really difficult for someone like Elena Kolesnik to do. But I mentioned she was a national team member, a boxing national team member in Ukraine, so she has technical striking background. Ladd landed a good one there, though. Ian Parker, big number next to Aspen Ladd's name. How do we bet this fight?
You know what? We talked about this earlier. If this fight stays on the feet, I favor Elena Kolesnik. I think she's the better boxer, and I think Randy pointed out her footwork, and she looks extremely technical. She's not getting sloppy. She's keeping her head straight. She's really throwing that left hand out there nice. That plus 350 number looks really solid if you want to jump on Kolesnik right now.
Do not lead with the fingers, okay? No more, please. Here we go.
Chris Taylor wants to prevent an eye poke, telling Aspen Ladd if she's going to paw that hand out, she's got to get the fingers straight up or straight down. Jake Paul's going to join the show later tonight, share his thoughts.
Kolesnik looks like she's trying to counter. She's just waiting for Ladd to come into that striking range and counterpunch.
Yeah, and that jab is looking extremely sharp as well, keeping Aspen on the outside and, of course, setting up her left hand as well. Aspen seems to be a little bit confused, hasn't really found the right distance to land shots or shoot in on the takedown.
I think that's very much, well, there's a sharp hook from Aspen Ladd.
I'm sure Ladd studied a lot of tape, and this is a completely different look for Elena Kolesnik in this fight.
That's one of the beauties of the PFL format. You have a real off-season to go back to the drawing board, make the changes necessary, do what you need to do. Just like in any other sport, you can hide your weaknesses.
Yeah, and she said after losing to Pacheco, she has been working every single day since that loss, and she wants to fight Pacheco in the final. That's her goal here. She wants a world championship.
Is that beast mode in the house?
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch, 5-time Pro Bowl running back. Just overall legend in life, beast mode. The rich, dewy Seattle Seahawks there. Former Cal running back, also Biaggio Ali Walsh, one-time Cal running back. So it all comes full circle. Elena Kolesnik in the purple, looking good here in the first round. Aspen Ladd still a favorite according to the live odds, but that number was a lot bigger when this fight started. Final few seconds of round number 1, a technical battle in front of us. Round 2 next. There's a look inside Elena Kolesnik's corner. Inside the smart cage, Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture here beside the PFL smart cage.
Outside her lead foot, big left hand's coming.
There's a look at Aspen Ladd.
Jab, step outside, 2 offline.
Redness and swelling on the face. Janie says round number 2 to come, which means 5 points still potentially for a finish in this round.
Watch your fingers, okay? Okay.
Elena Kolesnik bouncing out of the corner here.
Second round, here we go. Fight.
Still in that southpaw stance, another touch of the gloves. Both fighters pawing out the jabs.
Yeah, Kolesnik just looks very balanced. She's staying at a very strong base, a little bit lower than we've seen her in previous fights. And she's not throwing herself out of position. She's not extending and not giving these opportunities for Ladd to counter or get in on those legs.
And this lateral motion, hitting a moving target with a takedown becomes much more difficult when they circle, move, and move laterally.
No question.
An exchange of kicks there. Larissa Pacheco, one half of our main event, watching intently backstage. We'll see her later against Julia Budd. Switch feet there. You saw Aspen Ladd stepping through, but Elena Kolesnik stays out of range on both and lands a left hand.
I'd like to see her let that left hand go a little more. Run it right down the pipe.
Kenny, your call on the counter striking, I think, is still true here in the second round. Anytime Aspen Ladd tries to close in to striking range, Kolesnik uncorks 1, 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that subtle movement. Always setting her feet. There's a nice exchange here. Aspen Ladd in on a deep single. See what you can do with this.
Right there.
Aspen Ladd's blue corner.
Bring your leg inside, Aspen. Bring your left knee inside. Don't let her get that underhook.
Nice whizzer position by Kolesnik. High head inside, high single by Ladd. Trying to find a way to capture those hips. Take Kolesnik off of her feet.
Stay in that script. There you go, there you go. Good, now keep her there. Keep her there. Keep the
Lesnick temporarily thought about stepping across and trying to throw. Aspen Ladd says nothing doing there. Double underhooks now for Aspen. There's Kolesnik's corner.
Kolesnik trying to get some head positions. Got to find a little space. Try to re-pummel. Take a little bit of that body lock control Ladd has right now.
Get your left hand in front of her face with a frame. Wizard first. Wizard first. Wizard, get head control and frame.
Head control, frame, Elena. Push your face and frame and turn away from what you got it.
If you go underhook, dip,
Now this has been the best entry for Aspen Ladd. Not quite able to turn it into a takedown though. Kolesnik with a beautiful step through.
Full mount, trying to get full mount.
And now she'll be back to her feet. Excellent work there by Elena Kolesnik. Aspen Ladd though coming in aggressive, landed a hook.
Nice little whizzer whip over. Comes to almost gets to full mount. Scrambles out of the position. Elena Kolesnik gets back to her feet and back to open space.
Now Aspen Ladd turning up the pace here, making Kolesnik really run. "90 seconds remain in this second round."
Kolesnik really staying busy with that jab. It's been a great way to keep Aspen on the outside. Aspen just really hasn't found a way to be effective with her strikes. Kolesnik really hasn't had to respect that striking too much and allows her to focus in on those grappling exchanges, and it's less for her to worry about.
There's another takedown attempt here from Aspen Ladd. Heavy pressure from Ladd, but not much else here. Kolesnik builds a frame and is able to turn Ladd.
Oh, nice knee to the body there from Kolesnik.
She landed a couple of them there, once with her back to the cage and once after the turn. Elena Kolesnik looks like a woman on a mission here. Left hand snuck through twice for Kolesnik. A little bit of blood trickling from the Ukrainian's nose.
And I'm curious to see if she starts to pick things up if we get into round 3, because again, she is going to lose points because of that weight miss.
Final few seconds of the second round. And a third frame to come when we return to Professional Fighters League action. Welcome back to PFL.
Don't be
regular
careless,
season action. Listen to Aspen Ladd's
You have to win this round. You have to win this round. You understand? Go and win this fight. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. Everything's there.
Corner says you have to win this round. According to the AI score, she needs to win more than just a round. She'll need a finish here. There's Aspen Ladd in the gray, Elena Kolesnik in the purple. Elena Kolesnik has looked great in this fight. And it's really hard to put into perspective what she's been through the last couple of years. She's a native of Ukraine. When the conflict started, she had to flee effectively. Had to take the long route down through Europe, here to Las Vegas, where she was able to set up shop at Extreme Couture. She's since relocated training to Thailand. Constantly worried about her family back home, her friends that are still in the army, defending their home country. Kolesnik wants to make all of them proud, wants to win $1 million and help.
This footwork just blowing me away. She did not have these skills a year ago. Using the footwork, those angles, being hard to get a beat on, the counter punching every time Ladd steps in to throw combinations, she's cutting her off and catching her. Very, very impressive metamorphosis Karolina Kolesnik.
Yeah, absolutely looks phenomenal tonight. And Sean, I agree with you, to your point about winning the round. She needs a finish. I mean, Aspen Ladd needs a finish. I would assume that she lost that first round if I was in her corner. So she's got some work to do here.
There's a big fat number right next to Aspen Ladd's name. When this fight started, those live odds have swung in the favor of Elena Kolesnik, but now Aspen Ladd trying to work her way to the back of Elena Kolesnik.
Kolesnik trying to hand fight, find a way to stay on her feet. Ladd trying to find a way to get an angle on those hips and take Elena off of her feet, put her on the ground.
Yeah, Aspen should try to sag her down to the floor head first if she can. She's looking for those knees. Kolesnik trying to turn and face. She can maybe get that left underhook here.
There's a look through ref cam. Chris Tione's equipped.
There's the takedown from Aspen Ladd.
She's been searching for it. Can she get a finish from this top position?
She's got enough time to do it. Kolesnik turning her back. This is not what she wants to do here. Aspen now gets mount. What a turnaround this would be for Aspen Ladd if she's able to pull off a finish here. Now has the back, has both hooks, has control.
And a half a round to work as she goes for the side of Elena Kolesnik's head with that right hand. Ladd trying to snake an arm around the neck of Elena Kolesnik. Kolesnik needs to get her back flat, but the cage limiting how far she can move.
Aspen needs to turn her over to the right. All right, you see this leg position. That is locking down the hips for Aspen Ladd. Like to see if she can turn her away from the cage a little bit. That direction. Aspen trying to get another hook placed in there for full control. So far, Kolesnik doing a good job of protecting her neck. Aspen decides to bail on that now.
Climbs right back onto Elena's back. Once again, threatening the neck.
You can hear the corner for Aspen Ladd telling her everything you got. They know they need a finish here. She's much closer to one here.
She's got less than a minute to make something happen. Elena Kolesnik trying to spin out of trouble.
Started turning the right way, trying to get those hips down and away. Ladd able to pull her back in with that hook. That one leg, that anchor.
Both hands going to work now with the strikes for Aspen Ladd. Kolesnik once again trying to find some free space, get back to her feet. And now Aspen Ladd a little bit high. Kolesnik could potentially sneak out the back door, but here come the hooks.
25 seconds left.
Kolesnik needs to stay disciplined, keep that shoulder and neck and chin together. Needs to tuck that chin well enough and survive this round. Been a lot of pressure from Aspen Ladd now. Is this a 10-8 round? I'm not sure.
Final 10 seconds. Aspen Ladd on the back of Elena Kolesnik. And where's the final bell?
Time.
There it is. That final bell came 12 seconds late, and Elena Kolesnik feels like she's done enough. She survived the trouble of that round, and we go to the judges' scorecards. Kenny, this one is going to be interesting.
Wow.
There's your Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. Elena Kolesnik looked excellent in the first two rounds. It was all Aspen Ladd in the third. You saw the takedowns there. judges' decision when we return on ESPN2.
Ela já então tem Gustavo Martinho, também nesse planeta aí.
Estou me sentindo realizada com tudo isso. Às vezes ainda é meio que inacreditável, ainda é uma coisa meio, sei lá, fora assim, foge, né? Às vezes demora para eu poder identificar realmente o que aconteceu, mas eu já estou conseguindo me acostumar, né? Como campeã, como vencedora, porque eu trabalhei muito para isso e esse é o resultado do fruto de todo esse trabalho. Sair de um lugar de onde você quase não tem perspectiva de nada e chegar num lugar onde eu cheguei, não de fato é 1 em 1 milhão. Eu passei 10 anos, mais de 10 anos, me dedicando ao esporte, passando por milhares de dificuldades, tanto financeiras quanto físicas, né? Lesões, estrutura. Foi poder chegar em casa, ver minha mulher, me receber de braços abertos, feliz. Esse foi o momento mais significativo para mim.
Friday, April 14th, it's the most anticipated debut in the history of the Professional Fighters League as Hurricane Shane Burgos takes his first steps into the smart cage against PFL lightweight world champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
So I'm telling him to bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
And 2022 PFL welterweight world champion Sadibou Sy goes to battle against Jara Al-Salawi.
Huge body kick by Sadibou Sy.
Friday, April 14th at the Theater at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
We're back again next Friday for more PFL regular season action. It's the welterweights and the lightweights, headlined by a huge fight between PFL champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier and the debut of Hurricane Shane Burgos. Coverage begins 7 Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+. Our verdict scorecard gives round 1 and 2 to Olena Kolesnik. Round 3 given to Aspen Ladd by verdict. No surprise there. We will go to the judges' scorecards, but first let's see what our experts had to say about this fight. Our AI score gave this bout to Olena Kolesnik 2-1. Randy and Kenny agree. The official commission judges are the ones that matter most, and their scorecards are with Justin Roberts.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge Mike Bell scores the bout 28-28. Judge Adelaide Bird sees it 29-28 Kolesnik. Judge Junichiro Kamijo scores this bout 29-28 for your winner by majority decision, earning 3 points in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division, Olena Cannon Kolesnik.
A jubilant Olena Kolesnik Winner by majority decision. One judge thought it was a draw, two judges thought she won. Good enough. Now she earns 2 points in the women's featherweight standings because remember, she missed weight by 0.4. Olena Kolesnik said it won't happen again. Right now, 2 points puts her in the number 4 spot. Amber Leibrock, Marina Mochnatkina, Evelyn Martins, and Olena Kolesnik all have points. Aspen Ladd, Karolina Sobek, Yoko Higashi, and Martina Yandrova 0-1 so far this season. Take a look at the Celsius Cage Side Club. It's a beautiful venue, not a bad seat in the house here. A co-main event coming up next. That man was the 2021 heavyweight champion. Bruno Capelozza looks to get back to his winning ways after an injury took him out of the playoffs a season ago. Standing in his way, Matheus Scheffel, the last man to beat him. 2 heavy hitters step into the smart cage when we return on ESPN2.
Nobody believed me. I was the biggest underdog in the history of the PFL.
Bruno Capelozza, 2021 PFL heavyweight champion, the fastest hands in this division.
In that fight, I want to prove to everybody that I deserve to be here.
Now he's got a shot to pull off an upset and punch his ticket to the playoffs.
We step in the cage. I don't want to look in his eyes, you know. I just look at the ground and think in my head, man, it's now, brother.
Right hand over the top from Scheffel.
Is when I hit him and he changed his eyes. You know, a fighter who changed his eyes, he loses his spirit, you know.
For your winner by unanimous decision, Matheus Scheffel!
And I did this against the champion, you know, against everybody was afraid to fight. Found myself again, you know, I found my spirit again. I think it was the biggest moment of my career. Yeah, it's fun to remember.
Bruno
Capelozza is coming up from 205, and he said from day one, these heavyweights are not going to be able to deal with my speed. And man, has he lived up to that.
And already a big punch from Bruno Capelozza. Ante Dilia hanging on for dear life as he tries to recover. Dilia is able to explode out, and now he goes to work against the cage. Hammer fist coming down for Ante Dilia. Back and forth here. Big knee. Hooks. Another to the body. Ante Dilia is out on his feet.
Big shots. Oh!
Unbelievable. Both these men, absolute savages.
Delia's in trouble. Big trouble.
Once again, Bruno pouring it on from the top. Taxing pace here between these two heavyweights.
Your 2021 PFL Heavyweight World Champion, Bruno Capelozza!
Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Download the Socios.com US app today to vote for Shane Burgos' walkout song for his debut fight during PFL 3. Here's another look at the PFL Smart Cage featuring technology for our ref cam, see through the fence ghost cam, strike speed and kick speed trackers, Smart Cage is a PFL exclusive, powering the next generation of mixed martial arts. Here's how the PFL season works. 10 fighters in each weight class. We got 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season bouts for each fighter to accrue points. You get 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. Then the top 4 fighters on points in each division make the playoffs. If you can fight through the semifinals to a championship, how about $1 million prize in every division? Earlier tonight in heavyweight action, the Croce boss, Maurice snagged himself 5 points, pouring it on in the second round and earning a stoppage. Marcelo Nunes. There's the heavyweight standings for now. We got another heavyweight bout to come, and then actually a bonus heavyweight bout on our week 3 card. Our co-main event is brought to you by Bud Light, Bruno Capoloza and Matheus Scheffel.
Walking to the blue corner, Matheus Scheffel.
Man, I love talking to this kid. An enthusiasm for the sport, for life in general. Matheus Scheffel has fun every time he steps into the Smart Cage. He was a runner-up a year ago, so he came this close. Now he wants to taste the gold and the glory. His nickname is Bufa. Go look that up. I'm not going to tell you what it means. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, a city that has produced some legends in this sport.
Matheus says his mind is his biggest enemy. He's been working with a sports psychologist, trying to figure out some of the mental skills it takes to deal with the adversity of being in that Smart Cage.
And to that point, Matheus Scheffel has actually learned how to manage some of the pressures of fighting on a big stage.
In 2021, I was not signing without nothing. Just to give my classes in Brazil. 10 months later, I was there fighting for $1 million in New York. I was there walking to the streets, and then I saw a video of mine, you know. This is huge, you know. I wasn't prepared for that, you know. And this month after that fight was good for me, you know, to put my feet on the ground and work more my mind.
Heading to the red corner, Bruno Capoloza.
2021 PFL World Champion. He's 5-1 so far in his PFL career. 4 knockouts. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Now training here in the United States with a formidable camp of big bodies. His championship run, Randy, one of the most inspiring and tragic stories we've had in mixed martial arts. He found out after he won, moments after he won $1 million in his first major championship, that he had lost his father days before.
His camp kept that to themselves. They knew that. They wanted to wait. So after the fight, not distract him, not have him expel any emotions before he got the championships. And they had to tell him that after that fight. What do you mean?
Capoloza talked to us about his focus coming into a big rematch with Matheus Scheffel.
Bom, eu foquei bastante nos meus treinamentos de grappling também, mas não deixei de fortalecer minha melhor parte, que é minha trocação. Então, acredito que eu sou um lutador completo e estou bem preparado para a próxima luta. Bom, eu fiquei um tempo parado aí, eu tive algumas lesões e foi muito bom para mim, para minha cabeça também, estar junto da minha família. Foi muito importante. Essa season eu estou muito mais motivado e, se Deus quiser, vamos ir para as cabeças aí.
All right, here are the keys to victory for both of these men. For Capoloza, he needs to be in boxing range. That's when he's at his best, where he can use his feint and his speed advantage. And for Scheffel, he needs to attack that lead leg. That's what made him successful in their last fight. Also needs to increase the striking volume and be the man who is backing up Capoloza.
Our tail of tape is brought to you by Bud Light. Bruno Capoloza at 33. 3 years older than Matheus Scheffel. Both men standing 6 feet 2 inches tall. Scheffel is 17 pounds heavier. Bruno Capoloza has the longer arms and the longer legs here. Justin Roberts standing by.
Ladies and gentlemen, your co-main event tonight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Heavyweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 258 pounds with a record of 17 wins and 9 losses. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, he is the 2022 PFL Heavyweight runner-up, Matheus Bufa Scheffel. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 240 3/4 pounds, with a record of 15 wins and 6 losses. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, he is the 2021 PFL Heavyweight Champion, Bruno Capoloza. Your referee, Herb D.
Bruno Capoloza is in the blue. Matheus Scheffel is in the gray. Somebody tell me how Bruno Capoloza ever made light heavyweight. He's built like Ray Lewis.
Oh, man.
No touch of the gloves, right back to it.
240 pounds, a lean, mean fighting machine.
Opens the action with a leg kick, an exchange of jabs. Both men respect the power of their opponent here, rightfully so.
I like how Scheffel went out and took control of the center of the cage here.
Heavy leg kick for the second time there from Bruno.
Nice leg kick there. That played a huge role in their last fight. Scheffel was able to destroy that lead leg of Capoloza and slow him down.
Let's bring in our betting expert, Ian Parker. Capoloza the favorite here. Did you bet him straight, Ian?
I did. I took him on the money line. Originally, we had him at -150, and the odds went up to -165. Right now, it's pretty even. You know, Scheffel took the center of the cage, like what Kenny said. Capoloza, he's got to get that confidence back. I don't know if that lasts. Oh, and there we go. Listen, right now, this is anyone's fight. Capoloza's got to see the course. I still believe in Bruno.
Bruno ate one, and then a jab to follow it up from Scheffel.
Scheffel returns every time Capoloza throws a jab. He's throwing one right back at him. Scheffel off to a great start here, guys.
Definitely pressuring forward, exactly what you pointed out as one of the keys.
And I'm curious to see. Oh, right hand landed! Bruno Capoloza goes to work on top.
Oh, man.
And that'll do it!
Wow.
Quick 6 for Bruno! Absolute laser of a right hand from Bruno Capoloza. Dropped Scheffel. Wow.
Capoloza with a couple things to say to Matheus Scheffel's corner.
Yeah, not sure what that was about.
There may have been some dialogue going on in Brazil there that we weren't picking up.
Yeah.
Both corners seem a little fired up about this one. Bruno jumps onto the shoulders of his friend and teammate, Hani Marks. And that is how quickly it can change in a heavyweight fight.
Yeah, when you have that kind of athleticism, you can change a fight instantaneously. That right hand right down the middle. Scheffel was looking great up until that point.
Yeah, exactly. Great footwork. Bruno stayed right there, down the middle, set him right on his butt. Hammer fists away. He turns, gives up his back, and that's when you know he's not really there anymore.
Herbdean rightfully waves it off. Bruno Capoloza understandably excited. A good display of sportsmanship. We'll make it official next.
Money made me sign with the PFL. This is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league,
you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight
It's for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
And another first round finish.
Huge right hand. Nice inside leg kick and a combination.
Oh, big right hand there by Pacheco.
Oh, big right hand.
Pacheco full mount now.
Pacheco turning up the aggression.
Another right hand and another.
Samsico's in trouble.
The referee waves it off.
Fabian faced with the decision of trying to give up her back. And that will be enough.
Oh, that was a devastating left hook.
Right uppercut and another first round finish. Gets a big left hook. Larissa Pacheco goes right to work. Larissa Pacheco just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport. The Boston Bruins continue to chase history on ABC and ESPN Plus tomorrow night when they host Jack Hughes and the Devils at 8 Eastern. New Jersey is 3 points behind Karolina for first in the Metropolitan Division, so this is a big game for both teams. Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. You can see Bruno Capoloza landed 16, but it's really the one that matters. That right hand that sat Buffa down.
Yeah, Sean, I mean, you nailed it. It only takes one shot in the heavyweight division. That's the thing. Things can be going one way and can change in a completely different direction with just one shot. Just a beautiful right hand right down the middle that sat Scheffel down.
Set it up with that lead left hook. He did that pawing lead left hook, which is almost a trap to pull his guard down. Came right down the pike with that straight right hand right on the button.
Just nasty.
Here, when he turns his back, you know he's not in a mindset to protect himself. Herb Dean does the right thing and steps in. Would like to see some more of Scheffel's footwork, because Scheffel was doing the exact right thing to put himself in a position to win.
There's a reaction from the corner. It's exactly what they wanted. We'll make this one official with Justin Roberts inside the smart cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, at just 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the very first round, referee Herb Dean ends the contest declaring your winner by TKO, earning 6 points in the PFL heavyweight division, Bruno Capeluzza.
Bruno Capeluzza makes his mark with 6 points, getting a finish in round 1 against Matheus Scheffel. Scheffel was fighting a beautiful fight, but Capeluzza's speed, his power in that right hand was the difference maker in that one. Maurice Green in second place right now with 5 points. Marquez and Kuniev tied with 3 points. And our winner, Bruno Capeluzza, is in the cage with Sean O'Connell.
All right, I'm here with winner Bruno Capeluzza, 2021 PFL heavyweight champ, by the way, for his Celsius post-fight interview. Bruno, a lot of the conversation leading up to this fight was you were going to work on your grappling, maybe incorporate some wrestling, but it was the striking again that gets you the victory, your 15th career knockout victory. Is this how you always wanted to get it done, with your hands?
A conversa durante essa semana toda foi: você trabalhou muito no seu grappling para poder potencialmente usar isso nessa luta e seu caminho para a vitória. Você não mostrou seu grappling mais uma vez e o striking foi o caminho para o ouro. Esse era o planejamento desde o início?
Bom, meu jogo principal é o strike, né? Eu me sinto mais confortável em pé, treino muito grappling também, meu grappling está sempre evoluindo, porém a parte que eu mais me sinto confortável é em pé. Primeiramente, gostaria de agradecer a Deus aí por mais uma vitória, estou muito feliz. Só uma palavrinha aí para a galera da divisão. Ano passado eu tive alguns problemas pessoais, o Rony me ajudou, voltei para cá para minha antiga equipe, estou muito bem preparado de novo e o Antideli já sabe quem é o dono dessa divisão.
Well, striking is always going to be my comfort zone. It's my bread and butter. I did train my grappling. I'm constantly developing my grappling, but at the end of the day, I'm always going to bring it back home. I came back to my original gym where I was a champion in 2021, and I want to leave a message to this division right here. I'm back. Last year I had some problems. I'm 100% now, and Ante Delija knows who's the champ in this division.
Bruno Capeluzza, ladies and gentlemen, a quick 6 points. Reggie Bush in the building. Super Bowl champion, 11-year NFL running back, Heisman Trophy winner. Give him the damn trophy back.
There's Ray Lewis, more NFL royalty, and Jake Paul is in the house.
Hey, we're going to hear from him when we come back. Did you know?
Let's do it.
Coming up, Jake Paul and our main event. Larissa Pacheco, lightweight champion a year ago. Take a look at what she's ready for. Uppercuts from Larissa Pacheco and another first round finish. Huge right hand, nice inside leg kick and a combination.
Oh, big right hand there by Pacheco.
Oh, big right hand.
Pacheco full mount now.
Pacheco turning up the aggression. Another right hand and another.
Samsico's in trouble.
The referee waves it off. Fabian faced with the decision of trying to give up her back. And that will be enough.
Oh, that was a devastating left hook.
Right uppercut and another first round finish.
Gets a big left hook. Larissa Pacheco goes right to work. Larissa Pacheco just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport.
I'm gonna be a millionaire!
$1 million and a belt on the line.
How is Tyler Diamond standing up?
This league is not for everyone.
4 fights, 7 months. This is MMA's toughest test.
PFL season is one of the toughest things you can ask a fighter to do.
Larissa Pacheco
Now have a new queen.
the new queen. Welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Regular season action here in the Professional Fighters League. Women's featherweights and the men's heavyweights have taken center stage for our second straight week. We got lightweights and welterweights next week. 3 straight events here at the theater at Virgin Hotel. We welcome back in a special guest on the broadcast tonight, Jake Paul. Jake, what do you think of the action so far?
Man, it's been amazing. I was shocked to see that from Bruno Capoloza. He came back and got the W, proved that he could come back after losing and get that W. Impressive performances. We've had some amazing fights. Obviously, Ali Walsh showed up like we were talking about earlier. He handled the pressure. He started off a little bit crazy, coming out there a little bit reckless, but he pulled it together, put his combinations together, got his feet right, and started landing those punches and got the TKO. So, it's been an amazing night, and I'm excited for this main event. Larissa Pacheco, Julia Budd, stop playing. The PFL is out here.
As you know, we just have one bout left, and Larissa Pacheco shocked the MMA world last year when she upset Kayla Harrison, took down a championship. What do you expect for her tonight and this season in the featherweight division?
Look, I think she's going to step up to the plate and become the first ever double champ in PFL. I think that's, history for her. She won the $1 million last season by winning the championship. And so I feel like that probably motivated her to come back and want more and more and more. And so the opportunity she has at hand tonight, like I said, is to become the double champ, and she looks ready. So I'm excited to see this main event.
Well, enjoy the main event. Thanks for joining us tonight, Jake. Always good to have you around. Also, another special guest, two-time PFL champion Kayla Harrison stops by. Kayla, I know you have a vested interest watching this fight. Your old rival, Larissa Pacheco. What do you think we're in store for?
Yeah, I mean, I know firsthand that Larissa has power. I know that she's strong. I know that she's capable, and I expect her to be too much for Bud tonight.
All right, Kayla, do me a favor. Hang out for this fight. We'll be checking in with you as the main event progresses. Two-time champ Jake Paul wants to be a PFL champ someday, but we got a main event featuring a former PFL women's lightweight champ. Main event brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Larissa Pacheco taking on Julia Budd.
Making her way to the blue corner, Julia Budd.
She's a rich girl, she don't try to hide her diamonds on the soles of her shoes.
Julia Budd makes her way to the smart cage, looking to get back to her winning ways. This is the division where she's had the most success in her mixed martial arts career. She feels like at 145, she could be a problem for everybody.
Changed her fight camp. She's training at a fight ready at Scottsdale, Arizona. A lot of new skills and new perspective out of that new camp. Feels that she's at her natural best weight right now. Gonna work on using her wrestling and her Muay Thai and outpace Larissa Pacheco.
Former Bellator champion here at featherweight. They call her the Jewel, Julia Budd. Looking to pull off a big-time upset here. She's welcomed the challenge of taking on the 2022 women's champion here in the PFL.
I think it's actually great that I get to fight her first, the first fight that she's cutting to 145. Everybody saw her last year on a tear, but at the same time, this is a different weight class, it's a different year, and I'm so ready, and I feel like she's totally underestimated me. I feel like her, on the other hand, she's expecting me to not be because my last two performances, not be fighting at my true potential. It feels kind of good being the underdog, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna upset it, and I'm gonna showcase who I am.
On her way to the red corner, Larissa Pacheco.
A PFL world champion at women's lightweight less than a year ago. 5 first-round knockouts here in the Professional Fighters League. The only fighter on planet Earth to beat Kayla Harrison. The third time was the charm there. And the lesson is that you can always improve in this game. Larissa Pacheco is incredibly experienced, by the way, only 28 years of age. She's already won a major championship. She's got 23 pro fights, 19 wins, 9 of those by knockout, 8 of those by submission. This woman has it all.
Started training at 15, went pro at 17. That is a lot of experience.
Larissa Pacheco comes into this season with an opportunity to do something that has never been done in the PFL.
Vocês não vão ver muita diferença não, vocês vão ver sempre aquela Larissa que vai pra cima, que quer dar emoção pra luta, que quer acabar com luta. Eu não vim aqui pra brincar mais uma vez. Eu quero tanto esse cinturão como eu quis ano passado. Não era uma rivalidade ou um problema contra a Kayla, que foi uma vitória maravilhosa para mim, em todos os aspectos. mas é uma nova conquista. Eu posso ser campeã de 2 categorias agora, sendo a primeira campeã de 2 categorias da PFL, então...
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here. For Larissa Pacheco, she needs to stop the takedowns, counter that forward pressure with strikes. And for Julia Budd, she needs to use those long-range kicks from the outside, be efficient, and hit those takedowns.
Tail the tape for this fight brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Julia Budd is 11 years older than Larissa Pacheco. Budd is also 2 inches taller. Both women weighed in at the featherweight limit of 146 pounds. Reach advantage favoring the taller fighter, as one might expect, on the arms and the legs. Julia Budd has that advantage.
Las Vegas, Nevada. This is your main event of the evening, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. The PFL Women's Featherweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145.5 pounds, with a record of 16 wins and 5 losses. Fighting out of Port Moody, British Columbia, Canada, Julia Budd. And her opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds, with a record of 19 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Marituba, Brazil, she is the 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight Champion, Larissa Pacheco. Your referee, Jason Herzog.
Jason Herzog set to oversee this final bout of our second regular season event here in 2023. Pacheco in the purple, riding a big win streak. Julia Budd in the gray.
Yeah, interesting. Pacheco put her hand out to get a little touch before the fight. Julia Budd wasn't having it.
Pacheco coming in aggressive, as one would expect. And trying to keep her at bay with the length, but easier said than done against the onslaught that is Larissa Pacheco.
Pacheco looking very relaxed, very composed, just stalking her prey out there.
That right hand landed.
Budd comes back with a right hand of her own.
Keep juking, juking, juking. You know where that is. You know where that is. There you go, Julie.
Julie's got to move her head, move laterally way better, because Pacheco's starting to find her mark with that right hand, and as she's shelling up, she's got to worry about that uppercut or body shot as well from Pacheco.
Pacheco's not afraid to switch it up. The right hand has been her go-to weapon, but she likes the hooks as well. That was a nasty entry, stepped hard on the jab.
Another one, same way.
Yeah, Julie just kind of freezing on those strikes from Pacheco.
Kayla Harrison watching at home. Kayla, what's the read for Julia Budd here?
I mean, just move your head, first of all. You know, like that. I think that's a good start. I think Kenny's right on that. Move your head. She's got to fire back. She can't just be eating these shots and moving around the cage. She's got to do something.
That movement's overrated, Kayla. They focus Larissa Pacheco here. Interestingly, moving into striking range, but not throwing there. She eats a combination. There's another jab that landed, but Budd was able to block the right hand. Our betting expert, Ian Parker. How do we play this fight again?
Sean, I took this to be done inside the distance for Larissa to win by by finish. And right now, Julia Budd's not throwing anything, so she's just giving Larissa every opportunity to throw and land. And at some point, one of those is going to put her down. Kayla and Kenny are right. She's not doing any head movements. Sean, I do agree with you for the PFL first round. It is overrated.
But Julia Budd pulled in behind a combination of her own, gets Larissa Pacheco to her back. We saw in last year's championship, though, she could be very dangerous, even with her shoulders on the mat.
Yeah, that's right. She stays very active, both with her submission game and her strikes. Budd, though, did a great job of timing that kick. And Larissa Pacheco either trying to set up an armbar or a triangle, and you see her staying very busy with these strikes. Nice job there from Budd to get her both arms inside the guard. Has good head position there, just needs to stay busy, but Pacheco controlling those wrists very well.
Randy, recency bias tells us that Larissa Pacheco is a knockout artist because she was on that big streak before the championship, right? 5 first-round finishes. But she's got 8 submission victories on her pro record. 9 knockouts, she's pretty balanced.
Absolutely. She started in jiu-jitsu. She got her black belt in jiu-jitsu before she ever became a formidable striker. So that's really her go-to.
Maurice Pacheco staying composed on the back here, but effective work by Julia Budd. Staying on top, walking Pacheco back to the cage. Shoulder punches here to stay busy. We'll take a listen inside Julia Budd's corner.
Beautiful job, beautiful job. We got 50 seconds, Joel.
Okay,
50 seconds, beautiful job.
Relax and breathe. Put her head against the cage, Julia. Want that forearm in the throat there? Like that. Forearm in front. Let's find her.
Larissa's just stalling, Joel. She's just stalling to try to get stood up.
Forearm in front, forearm in the throat.
30 seconds left in this first round. Pacheco still on her back, trying to climb in the guard here.
Yeah, Pacheco looking for an angle on that armbar. She almost has it there. Julia, though, already pulling her elbow out of there.
Great awareness there by Julia Budd, who will try to score a few more points before this final bell.
Triangle attempt.
Pacheco tries the triangle, locks it in late, too late. Round 2 next.
Friday, April 14th, Hurricane Shane Burgos takes his first steps into the smart cage against PFL lightweight world champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
So I'm telling him to bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Friday, April 14th at the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Our main event inside the Smart Cage. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. Kayla Harrison, what'd you think of round 1?
Yeah, close round, exciting fight. I think Larissa obviously controlled on the feet, and then that was a slick grab and catch of the leg by Julia Budd. I think she didn't do a ton of damage, but she was able to control a lot of the fight. So tough round to score. I'm excited to see what happens next. I'm interested to see how 145 helps or hurts Pacheco.
Yeah, new division here for Larissa Pacheco. She's in the purple, Julia Budd is in the gray. Confidence building moments there at the end of the round for Julia Budd. We'll see how it plays out here in round 2. Our AI score, computer-based scoring, gave round 1 to Julia Budd. But I agree with Kayla Harrison, a tough one to score for judges.
Yeah, Pacheco was definitely scoring with more damage. She had the more impact when it came to striking. And she was staying pretty busy off of her back as well, but Julia obviously had good position the majority of that round. But we're seeing Pacheco a little bit more flat-footed. Typically we see her a little bit more bouncy, a little bit more movement, a little bit more feinting. And I think this is playing into Julia Budd's advantage. Great combination there by Budd.
Yeah, Budd landed a sharp right hand. Pacheco thinks better of her strategy, grabs a hold of Budd here. That at least is going to make Larissa Pacheco change her approaches and respect the power of Julia Budd.
I'm sure she's probably going to think about throwing those kicks too, if that's the timing that Budd is looking for to take her down and put her on her back.
Julia doing a good job with that right underhook. And now going to that tie clinch, a great position for her. She has excellent knees from this position. It's hard to tell if Pacheco is just changing up her style here for this fight, or if she's really trying to be aware of not going too hard, too fast in this fight. A much slower pace than we've seen from her.
Makes you wonder about the cut. If cutting to 45 has really affected her, if she doesn't have that same pop and energy level that we're used to seeing her at 155 with.
100%. It's one thing to make the weight. It's another thing to fight at that weight. Definitely a more conservative approach from Pacheco here. Big leg kick there from Pacheco.
Budd returns with 3 strikes. None of them landed with significance. Another look inside Budd's corner.
Let's find it. Yes, yes, yes. There we go.
No. One low.
You see what's coming? There we go. Beautiful job.
Back to the way out.
Those are all beautiful. There we go.
Now Pacheco unleashing here.
I'm surprised that Pacheco hasn't attacked the body with that high shell from Julia Budd. The body shots are going to present themselves.
Or that uppercut, Kenny.
Right.
She shells high. That uppercut's open right between her elbows.
You see Pacheco still the favorite here, but the live odds are starting to swing toward Julia Budd, who's had some excellent moments here in this fight.
Yeah, great right hand there from Julia Budd.
Catching Pacheco chasing her a little bit too much and plants off that back foot and drives that right hand right through.
Pacheco through 4 and 8-2 there. Kayla Harrison has Julia Budd figured out the formula against the 145-pound Larissa Pacheco.
Yeah, listen, I'm super impressed with Budd right now. It's hard to get out of bed when you're sleeping in silk pajamas. And I think that, ring rust and cutting to a new weight class is having its toll a little bit on Larissa. But she's a fighter, she's a dog. We'll see. This is a great fight, guys.
Budd there with the takedown attempt, drives all the way through.
Nice counter by Pacheco.
Oh, wow.
Reverses her hips, body locks her, almost a gut wrench to get on top.
Yeah, gator roll there by Larissa Pacheco, and now she's on top. Side control facing the feet of Julia Budd.
Yeah, utilize that forward motion of Julia Budd to turn that into a nice counter. Now is on top, inside control, now in half guard. You see here that shoulder pressure really pinning that jaw and shoulders down. And she's also trying to set up an arm triangle on that far side, trying to get that arm across. Julia Budd now has that arm back into play. Pacheco staying much busier now with this top position. Let's see if she can advance. Not a whole lot of time in this round, though.
Pacheco's trying to climb the mount, starting to push that knee away and slide all the way through the mount.
Final 10 seconds of this second round. Pacheco able to get almost all the way to mount, but time will expire, and we'll see round 3 next.
So she's going to stall a little because she's tired, right? First things first. Like, physically touch her and be like, oh, get her off the stool. Oh, you can't. Okay, no problem. We'll just be like this. Up and maybe grab the stool.
A very close fight underway inside the PFL Smart Cage. Julia Budd with a nice right hand here.
Yeah, landed a pair of those in round 2. And here's that beautiful reversal from Pacheco. Kind of went with it, utilized that forward motion to get up on top, right into side control.
Great second effort from Bud to drive through and finish that takedown. But when she kicked over the top, she didn't hip ice and turn her hips flat to the mat. That allowed Pacheco to roll her through and come out on top.
Pacheco in the purple, Bud in the gray. AI score gave rounds 1 and 2 to Julia Budd, the narrowest margin in round number 2. Of course, the commission judges have the final say, but a very close fight. Once again, Pacheco steps in behind a 1-2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be feeling too comfortable in either corner right now. Heavy leg kick there from Pacheco.
Julia Budd doing a great job. Every time Larissa throws, she throws something back.
Oh, that was a nice left hand. Yeah.
That caught her on the chin. She's a little rubbery. Legs are a little wobbly.
Pacheco didn't recognize it. Julia Budd given the time to recover. Another one from Pacheco. Now Bud's having to react to everything. She felt the power on that last left hand. Check in with Kayla Harrison again. Kayla, early goings around 3. What do you think?
I mean, it's a close fight, guys. I think that, you know, Julia's got to really get on her horse here and make something happen. Although I know the AI thing said that she was winning, but I think that Pacheco has done enough to win this fight so far.
Marisa Pacheco with the body lock here against Julia Budd, trying to get to the back of the Canadian.
Pacheco trying to get Budd to carry her weight. Looking for a takedown here. And Pacheco would have plenty of time to work if she's able to get this one to the ground. Now working for that rear naked choke. You don't need both hooks to do it.
The fence would almost prevent her from getting that second hook in.
Nice job by Budd to remove that left hook. Yep, but Pacheco gets it right back into play here.
Bud trying to shake Larissa Pacheco up into a position where she's a little too high.
Oh, Bud actually stepped over and gave her that second hook, but she's got control of that arm. Pacheco's a little too far forward.
Pacheco's going to get pulled over the top. She's coming to come out the back. Julia Budd coming out the back here.
Yeah, well, she
readjusted.
Readjusted. Got herself back, got that hand back. Now Bud coming out the back again on the other side.
That might be a transition for Pacheco to either get an arm bar or a triangle from behind.
The fence might prevent her from rolling through here. Omoplata attempt, Bud steps over.
She's going to get out of this. Oh, what a reversal.
And into the guard, Julia Budd on top. An important development here with only 2 minutes to go in round 3.
Pacheco trying to create space. Staying busy off of her back, but she should look to try to get back to her feet here.
She's truly excellent at this.
Yeah.
Striking from her back. It's not an advisable strategy for a lot of fighters, but she is really, really good at it.
Nice job by Pacheco.
Oh, she's going to get on top.
Found a way to get up and did a very, very good job of using that little bit of space and posture by Bud to fill it and come in and attack those hips and get the sweep.
Absolutely great base by Pacheco for Julia. She should have sensed that position, maybe tried to look for a sprawl there. She tried to get on top, and that's what allowed Pacheco to actually get on top. She just had a superior base.
1 minute left in this main event fight.
Pacheco has excellent position, triangle. Might be giving up an arm triangle here, Julia.
Pacheco pass. No.
Fence is going to prevent her from getting over to that side of the body to be effective at finishing that arm triangle.
And Pacheco might not need to. If she just postures up, she can rain down some serious blows here. Another opportunity for an arm triangle here for Pacheco.
Agreed.
With how close rounds 1 and 2 are, neither fighter can be content here. Larissa Pacheco still hunting for a finish with only 20 seconds left. heavy right hand here from Larissa Pacheco, going to work on the body.
Oh, those are nasty body shots there.
Another one from Pacheco. Julia Budd fights all the way to the end, and there's the last bell. We'll go to the judges' scorecard. Amber Lightbrock, she got a first-round knockout earlier. That's the Bud Light Lounge. She's firmly in first place.
Yes.
Geico Cageonomics stats bundle here. You can see the razor-thin margins. Julia Budd maybe landed more. Did Larissa Pacheco land the more significant? They each had a takedown. We'll go to the scorecards. It's up to the judges next.
I'm gonna be a millionaire, lads!
$1 million and a belt on the line.
How is Tyler Diamond standing up?
This league is not for everyone.
4 fights, 7 months. This is MMA's toughest test.
PFL season is one of the toughest things you can ask a fighter to do.
Marisa Pacheco!
Now, have a new queen.
The new queen!
Friday, April 14th, it's the most anticipated debut in the history of the Professional Fighters League as Hurricane Shane Burgos takes his first steps into the smart cage against PFL lightweight world champion Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
So I'm telling him to bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
And 2022 PFL welterweight world champion Sada Boussi goes to battle against Jara Al-Salawi.
Huge body kick by Sada Boussi.
Friday, April 14th at the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Take down straight grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard in brown color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. I could use some of that, honestly. Time now for the fastest strikes of the night, brought to you by Red Con 1. Kick speeds, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Larissa Pacheco, 52 miles an hour. Bruno Capoloza threw one at 44. And Aspen Ladd, a 40-mile-an-hour strike here on ESPN2. What did the algorithm think of this fight? Computerized scoring, as I mentioned, gave round 1 and 2 to Julia Budd. Larissa Pacheco dominated on the algorithm in round number 3. And what did our fans think? We go to the verdict scorecard. The fans thought rounds 1, 2, and 3 belonged to Larissa Pacheco, who was moving forward. I understand the difference in perspective here. What about our experts? Okay, AI says Bud. Randy and Kenny say Larissa Pacheco.
See, it's so easy to score this in MMA, right?
Justin Roberts has the official judges' scorecard.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The scores are 30-27, 29-28, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division, Larissa Pacheco.
So Larissa Pacheco stays on the winning track. Another decision victory. 3 points in the women's featherweight standings. Incredible fight by Julia Budd. Amber Leibrock still atop the table with her 6 points. Marina Mokhnatkina opened this regular season action tonight with a 5-point finish. Larissa Pacheco, Evelyn Martins, and Olena Kolesnik all earned decision victories. Kolesnik was penalized a point for not making weight. Here's our Bud Light celebration of the night. When you win, it's easy to celebrate with Bud Light, especially if you do it with a nasty right hand like Bruno Capoloza did. First round TKO and 6 points for Bruno. Bud Light knockout of the night. Oh. The right hand and the follow-up strikes that were academic. That's the Bud Light knockout of the night. Bruno Capoloza gets the knockout, gets the celebration. That's all for tonight. We're back again next Friday with welterweights and lightweights, headlined by a huge bout between PFL champion Olympian Albert Messier and Hurricane Shane Burgos. Coverage begins 7 Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+. We'll see you then. Thanks to Jake Paul for joining us. Thanks to Kayla Harrison for joining us. Thanks to everyone for being here. We'll see you next week.